You didn't stumble upon this by chance. There's something stirring within you, a quiet knowing that's been pulling you toward clarity, toward confirmation that what you've been holding space for is not only possible, it's already in motion. And I need you to hear this. You are not walking this path alone. Reality operates in patterns, in rhythms that once you begin to recognize them, you'll understand that nothing you've been through has been wasted. Every moment has been preparation. So if you've been noticing synchronicities lately, whether through moments that feel too aligned to be random or an inexplicable sense of calm, what you're about to receive might be the exact frequency you've been tuned into. Have you noticed how life seems to intensify right before a major shift occurs? It's as if the universe turns up the volume on everything at once. Financial pressures appear more acute than they've been in months. The people around you seem to push every boundary you've set, and the trajectory you thought was clear suddenly feels foggy and uncertain. That intense period, the one where you're holding more than you thought possible while watching pieces slip through your fingers, often arrives just before a completely new chapter opens. Most people interpret this as evidence they're moving in the wrong direction. But here's what most people don't understand. You're actually standing at the threshold of metamorphosis, closer than you've ever been. Consider this carefully. Transformation rarely happens during the comfortable seasons. More often than not, quantum leaps follow periods that activated every defense mechanism you possess. It's like approaching the summit of a mountain. The final ascent demands everything from you, yet it's also what carries you to the peak. In a way that defies logic, that closing phase of difficulty isn't an obstacle placed there to block your progress. It's frequently the energetic confirmation that evolution is already happening beneath the surface. People overlook this because they interpret the challenge as evidence of failure rather than the forging process before emergence. Imagine someone who's barely keeping their world together. Each sunrise brings a heavier weight than the one before. They're pouring hours into work, yet the stack of unpaid bills on their counter only grows taller. Phone calls arrive that compound the pressure, and all they're asking for is a moment to breathe. In situations like these, it's natural to feel like everything is collapsing, as though there's no intelligent design at work. But underneath what appears to be chaos is typically a reconstruction, old structures dismantling themselves to create space for something your previous reality couldn't accommodate. Think of it like weather moving through in the darkness. Water hammers the glass. Thunder rattles the foundation. And you question whether dawn will ever come. But if you remain present long enough, the first rays of light begin filtering through the edges. And just like that, the storm has passed. That's the nature of obstacles before transformation. The night convinces you it's eternal, yet it only exists for a fraction of time, and the light was already approaching long before you could perceive it. Research in human psychology has documented this phenomenon repeatedly. Resilience deepens when individuals are positioned near significant transitions. That window where everything feels overwhelming is typically when the most profound internal development occurs. It's not pleasant while you're living it, but the capacity built during challenging periods is precisely what prepares you to step into what's waiting. The trial and the transformation are two threads of the same fabric. Consider the account of a young woman crushed under financial obligations she couldn't meet. She remained in her small space surrounded by red-stamped envelopes, questioning how much longer she could sustain this. From where she stood, nothing made logical sense. She showed up every single day, gave everything she had, and still the numbers didn't add up. Then, without warning, a text arrived from someone she hadn't connected with in years. That person extended support she never saw coming, addressing precisely the gap she needed filled. What appeared to be total breakdown was actually the staging ground for a shift she couldn't have orchestrated on her own. Experiences like this show us that struggle often signals something deeper is reorganizing itself. On the visible level, things appear to be fragmenting, but internally, there's a recalibration taking place. Old programming is dissolving. Old structures are exiting the stage. And the emptiness they create is what permits something more aligned to finally enter. This is why the difficulties before blessings carry more intensity than previous challenges. It's a clearing process. And here's the layer most people never see. The universe isn't testing you as punishment. It's expanding you, conditioning you to hold what's already being prepared. A greater blessing requires a more solid foundation. And sometimes the only way to construct that foundation is by moving through challenges that feel impossible in the moment. The more intense the pressure feels, the nearer the breakthrough typically is. So if you've been experiencing one setback after another, it's not random cruelty from an indifferent cosmos. It's confirmation you're closer than you realize. Those difficult moments are the signals that something larger is organizing itself behind the veil. And after those storms move through, delicate indicators begin to emerge. Clues that the miracle isn't distant, though most people walk right past them, even when they're directly in their field of vision. What if the evidence of your miracle has already been appearing, but you haven't recognized what it meant? Many people anticipate a miracle to arrive with some dramatic fanfare, an unmistakable, powerful signal that reshapes everything in an instant. But in practice, the universe tends to communicate in more nuanced ways. Rather than explosive displays, the initial signs typically arrive as subtle moments. They might present as coincidences, or simply a quiet sensation that something is preparing to shift. Some people describe it as a piece they cannot rationalize. Others as peculiar little synchronizations, encountering the same message repeatedly, connecting with someone who catalyzes an insight, or observing opportunities that continue to circle back around. The challenge is most of us disregard these occurrences. We label them as random chance, or convince ourselves we're creating patterns where none exist. Really think about it. How many times have you felt an internal pull to move in a different direction, but dismissed it because it didn't appear reasonable? Or perhaps someone offered you perspective that aligned perfectly with something you'd been contemplating, but you wrote it off as meaningless conversation. It's simple to rationalize things away, yet those gentle pushes often contain information that you only recognize later when you reflect back. At that point, you understand they were directing you toward your miracle the entire time. Here's a clear illustration. Imagine a man who's been uncertain for a while about where to direct his energy. He's exhausted by his current work and feels trapped, unsure of his next move. Beneath the surface, his true calling has always been photography. But rather than honoring it, he convinces himself it's impractical. Over several weeks, friends reach out asking if he can document their events. A person in his building mentions a freelance photography opportunity. Even the content appearing on his screen fills with tutorials and stories about cameras. From the outside, these appear as insignificant, unrelated occurrences. He brushes them aside, telling himself they don't mean anything. Yet internally, something was attempting to guide him toward a clear path. He couldn't see it because he expected the guidance to manifest differently. Perhaps more obviously, perhaps more forcefully. It's not just his experience, Most of us miss an open doorway because it doesn't match the image we constructed in our minds. It's like experiencing hunger, but refusing the actual nourishment in front of you simply because it doesn't resemble the meal you envisioned. You continue waiting for something else to materialize, not recognizing that provision has already shown up. And in many situations, this is where people miss the miracle. Not because it wasn't present, but because it arrived wrapped in a form they didn't anticipate. The concept of subtle moments carrying deeper significance isn't recent. Carl Jung, the renowned psychologist, explored extensively what he termed synchronicity. It's the way existence brings circumstances or sequences together that on the surface appear disconnected, but at a deeper level carry a sense of meaningful connection. You might understand it as existence's method of saying pay attention, that specific pathways, individuals, or possibilities hold more weight than they initially seem to. We've all experienced moments where things align in this manner, but it's easy to lose sight of how frequently they occur when we're consumed by pressure or uncertainty. There was a woman, as an example, contemplating a career transition. She oscillated in her thinking for months, uncertain if she could accept the risk. Then, within the span of 7 days, 3 separate people she barely knew mentioned the exact field she'd been considering entering. One spoke about how fulfilling it was. Another shared how they'd just begun that same journey. And the third extended an invitation for her to observe them. That's not merely coincidental dialogue. That's a pattern crystallizing to validate what her inner voice already knew. The reality is, the universe rarely raises its voice. Signs are almost always whispers initially. They invite you to lean closer, to observe, to trust the subtle repetition of messages you cannot seem to avoid. The method to discern if something is a pre-miracle indicator or simply another random occurrence is in how it interconnects. Authentic signs arrive with resonance. They synchronize with your internal dialogue, reappear when you're not actively looking, and capture your attention no matter how many times you attempt to dismiss them. Random happenings don't tend to reverberate like that. Miraculous indicators do. If you're recognizing these patterns in your own life right now, take a moment and share in the comments what signs have been appearing for you lately. What keeps showing up that you've been trying to dismiss? And once you begin recognizing those sequences, something more profound occurs. That sense of knowing, of internal navigation begins to intensify. You start to feel less like you're guessing blindly and more like you're following a thread that was already laid before you. This is where intuition begins to amplify, directing you gently yet powerfully, preparing you for the visible breakthrough that's already moving toward you. Have you ever experienced an unusual sense of peace even when nothing in your external reality had actually shifted? It's almost disorienting at first because you expect peace to arrive after circumstances resolve, not while they're still confronting you. Yet for many people, one of the most undeniable signs that something beneficial is approaching isn't found in the external world. It's in an internal shift they cannot rationalize. Miracles don't always announce themselves at the beginning. They often start quietly through that sudden stillness inside your chest that doesn't correspond with what's happening around you. We tend to categorize miracles as large-scale events, breakthrough opportunities, dramatic interventions, or life-altering conversations. And while those manifestations do occur, they typically begin in a far more understated way. Intuition strengthens before physical circumstances reflect the change. It's very similar to your internal navigation system recalibrating. You don't see the complete route yet, but you sense your movement is heading in a different direction. That gentle knowing inside the one you cannot logically construct, is often the initial sign that the universe is arranging something in your favor. Most people expect breakthroughs to explode into view like fireworks, loud, bold, impossible to miss. But that expectation creates confusion for many because they're scanning outward when the signs have already begun inward. A peaceful heart that remains steady while the storm continues its fury is not insignificant. It's the initiation of something more substantial. Your spirit typically recognizes truth before your physical eyes do. When that shift takes place, it's conditioning you to navigate the external transformation without fear. If this is speaking to something in you, go ahead and like this video and subscribe to the channel. You're joining a space where we continue exploring these intersections of consciousness and reality. Consider the account of a student who was approaching graduation. He was drowning in options, saturated with expectations from family, and unclear about what to do with his life. The anxiety kept him awake most nights. Then one morning, he woke and everything felt altered. No choice had been made for him. No circumstances had changed. But he felt a calm knowing about the next step he needed to take. While the outer world remained the same, internally he was aligned. That peace became the compass directing him, and he understood later that the clarity arrived before the opportunities manifested. It's comparable to how navigation systems function in your vehicle. When you miss a turn, the system doesn't spiral into panic. It quietly recalculates in the background. You don't see the adjusted directions until they're prepared, but the shift is processing the entire time. In the same way, your spirit recalculates long before your physical eyes witness the evidence. That calm that seems to materialize from nowhere is like your navigation system updating the route, silently preparing the new pathway toward your miracle. Even scientific research acknowledges something about this mechanism. Neuroscience demonstrates that your brain accesses clarity when it transitions out of chronic stress response and into calm awareness. It's in that more peaceful mental state that decisions crystallize and direction becomes obvious. So when peace suddenly replaces panic, it isn't coincidental. Your body and mind have shifted into coherence with the path you've been preparing for. There was someone who wrestled with anxiety for months. They attempted everything. Conversations with trusted people, extended time in nature, pages and pages of journaling. But the unease never seemed to dissolve. Then, almost without announcement, they woke one morning with a sense of knowing. Their circumstances didn't transform overnight, and yet their heart was anchored. That moment of inexplicable peace marked the inflection point. Within weeks, external doorways began to appear, and the path reflected what they had sensed deep within. This is why that internal shift carries so much power. It reveals that the inside of you has synchronized with what's approaching on the outside of you. Consider it as the final stage of conditioning. The feeling isn't false comfort, it's coherence. When your heart steadies itself, it signals you're ready to receive the larger changes preparing to arrive. The peace comes first, because your spirit has to adjust before your hands can hold what you've been waiting for. So if you've been sensing clarity or experiencing unexplained calm recently, don't dismiss it. These are not random fluctuations in mood. They're signals of your compass reorienting, of your spirit pointing toward the miracle about to materialize. And the most liberating part is this. You might already be in that exact stage right now, closer to breakthrough than you can even perceive. Before we go further, I want you to do something. Take a moment right now and comment below with this exact phrase: I am ready to receive what's already mine. This isn't just engagement. This is you making an energetic declaration to the field, a conscious interruption in the pattern. You're signaling to the universe and to yourself that you're no longer waiting passively. You're claiming your space in what's unfolding. So go ahead, pause this video, and leave that comment. Let that declaration anchor itself in your reality. Now here's what happens when you start operating from this place of inner knowing. Your external reality begins to respond differently. Not because you're forcing anything, but because you've shifted the frequency you're broadcasting. Think of it like tuning a radio. When you're stuck in fear, doubt, and resistance, you're tuned to a station that plays static and noise. But when you shift into that calm certainty, into that peace that defies circumstances, you're tuning into a completely different frequency. And on that frequency, different information becomes available. Different opportunities become visible. Different people cross your path. This is where quantum physics and consciousness intersect in a way that changes everything. At the quantum level, particles exist in a state of potential until they're observed. The act of observation, of focused awareness, collapses the wave function and brings one specific reality into form. Your consciousness isn't passive, it's participatory. You're not just watching reality unfold, you're actively collapsing probabilities into actualities through where you place your attention and what frequency you're holding. Most people are collapsing probabilities unconsciously. They're focused on what's wrong, what's missing, what hasn't shown up yet. And so they keep collapsing more of that same reality into form. It's not a punishment, it's physics. Your brain is designed to seek evidence for what you already believe. If you believe life is hard and miracles don't happen to people like you, your brain will filter reality to show you proof of that belief. But the moment you shift that internal frequency, the moment you anchor into the knowing that your miracle is already in motion, your brain starts filtering for different evidence. It starts showing you the signs that were always there, but invisible to your previous frequency. Now, what we're exploring today is the foundation, the recognition that your miracle is already in motion. But if you're feeling called to understand the complete architecture of how consciousness operates, how to move from unconscious transmission to becoming a deliberate broadcast, I've laid out the entire system in my book, Beyond the Frequencies, a quantum guide to consciousness mastery. It explores the 9 master frequencies, the step-by-step practices for shifting from seeking to being, and the precise mechanics of how you move from manifestation to embodiment. It's linked in the pinned comment below. This is what's happening right now if you've been feeling that inexplicable peace. Your frequency is shifting. Your consciousness is tuning into a different station. And on that station, your miracle isn't something you're chasing. It's something that's already approaching you. You're not trying to make it happen. You're allowing it to find you. Let me share something that might shift your entire understanding of how miracles work. Most people think miracles are rare exceptions to the rules of reality. But what if miracles are actually the natural state of a consciousness that's operating in alignment? What if the struggle, the resistance, the feeling of pushing against life is actually what's unnatural? Consider this. Everything in nature flows. Rivers don't struggle to reach the ocean. Trees don't stress about growing. Birds don't doubt their ability to fly. There's an intelligence at work in all of nature that simply knows how to unfold. And you are nature. You are that same intelligence expressing itself in human form. The only difference is that somewhere along the way, you were taught to override that natural intelligence. You were taught to doubt your intuition. You were taught that life is supposed to be hard. You were taught that you have to earn love, earn abundance, earn peace. And those teachings created interference patterns in your natural flow. It's like trying to dam a river. The water is still there. The force is still present. But now it's meeting resistance. That resistance creates pressure. And that pressure is what most people experience as their normal state of being. But here's what's extraordinary about this moment you're in right now. That pressure you've been feeling, that intensity, that sense of everything building up, it's not just stress, it's potential energy. It's the force of your natural state pressing against the walls of limitation you've been holding. And when those walls finally give way, when that dam finally breaks, the force of what flows through is proportional to the pressure that built up. This is why your miracle feels so close right now. Because the pressure has reached a critical point. The old structures can't hold anymore. Something has to give. And what gives way isn't your spirit, it's the limitations. Think about a seed buried in soil. From the seed's perspective, if it could have one, it might feel like it's trapped, surrounded by darkness, compressed on all sides. But that pressure, that darkness, that compression, is exactly what triggers the germination process. The seed doesn't break through despite the pressure. It breaks through because of the pressure. The resistance is what activates its potential. And the moment it breaks through the surface, the moment it reaches the light, all that struggle makes sense. It wasn't random suffering. It was the exact process required for emergence. You are in your germination process right now. Everything you've been experiencing has been activating your potential, preparing you to break through into a completely different level of existence. And just like that seed, you don't need to know the entire process. You don't need to understand every mechanism. You just need to trust that there's an intelligence at work that knows exactly what it's doing. And if this content is touching something in you, if you're feeling that resonance, that sense of recognition, then I invite you to subscribe, not just to this channel, but to this frequency, to this space where we explore the intersection of consciousness and reality, where we remember that we're not powerless observers, but active participants in creation. Subscribing isn't just about staying updated on content. It's about anchoring yourself in this conversation, in this community of people who are choosing to see differently, to live differently, to collapse different probabilities into form. Now let's go deeper into what happens in the days and weeks before a miracle manifests. There's a specific pattern that plays out, and once you recognize it, you'll never miss it again. First, there's often what feels like a stripping away. Old connections fade, old routines stop working, old identities no longer fit. This can feel like loss, like something's going wrong. But what's actually happening is you're being cleared to match the frequency of what's coming. You can't carry old baggage into a new reality. The universe isn't cruel, it's precise. It removes what no longer serves before it delivers what does. This stripping away phase can be deeply uncomfortable because your ego interprets it as failure or rejection. A friendship that once felt essential suddenly feels forced. A job that once defined you suddenly feels empty. A habit that once soothed you suddenly feels hollow. And your immediate response might be to panic, to try to hold on tighter, to fix what's falling apart. But here's what you need to understand. What's falling apart isn't you. It's the costume you've been wearing. It's the role you've been playing. It's the version of you that was built to survive a reality you're now outgrowing. When a snake sheds its skin, that old skin has to be released completely. If the snake tried to hold on to it, tried to keep parts of it while growing into the new, it would die. The old skin served its purpose. It protected the snake during a specific phase of growth. But now it's become a limitation. It's too tight. It restricts movement. It has to be shed entirely for the new skin underneath to breathe, to expand, to function. You're in that shedding process, and it's uncomfortable not because you're doing something wrong, but because you're doing something incredibly right. You're allowing yourself to outgrow what no longer fits. Second, there's a heightened sensitivity. You might find yourself more emotional than usual, more intuitive, more aware of subtle energies around you. This isn't weakness. This is your system upgrading. Your nervous system is becoming more refined, more attuned, more capable of processing higher frequencies of information. You're literally expanding your capacity to receive. This heightened sensitivity means you might cry more easily. You might feel overwhelmed in crowds. You might need more time alone. You might find yourself pulled toward nature, toward silence, toward stillness. And again, your conditioned mind might judge this as something being wrong with you. But nothing is wrong. You're recalibrating. Think of it like this. If you've been living your whole life in a dimly lit room and someone suddenly turns on all the lights, your eyes would need time to adjust. The brightness would feel overwhelming at first, even painful. But once your eyes adjust, you can see details and colors and dimensions you never knew existed. That's what's happening to your consciousness right now. The lights are coming on. And yes, it's intense. But what you'll be able to perceive on the other side of this adjustment is extraordinary. Third, there's often a feeling of being in liminal space, in the in-between. You're no longer who you were, but you're not yet who you're becoming. This can feel disorienting, like standing in fog. But liminal space is sacred. It's the void where transformation happens. It's the space between the exhale and the inhale, the pause where new breath enters. Don't rush through it. This is where the miracle is gestating. In many ancient traditions, liminal space was recognized as holy ground. It's the threshold between worlds, the doorway between the known and the unknown. And those who were in liminal space were treated with reverence because they were understood to be in the process of becoming. They were between identities, between realities, between versions of themselves. And in that betweenness, they had access to insight and wisdom that isn't available in the stability of either side. Our modern world has lost respect for liminal space. We're taught to always know who we are, always have a plan, always be certain. But certainty is often just another word for stagnation. It's in the uncertainty, in the not knowing, in the space where you can't define yourself by what you used to be, and you can't yet claim what you're becoming. That's where the deepest transformation occurs. So if you're in that foggy, unclear, in-between space right now, you're not lost. You're exactly where you need to be. You're in the cocoon, and you don't need to understand what's happening. You just need to trust that something is. Fourth, there's a series of tests, not from some external force trying to block you, but from your own consciousness checking if you're really ready. Old patterns will resurface one more time. Old fears will knock on the door again. Old temptations to collapse back into who you were will present themselves. This is the final checkpoint. The universe is asking, are you ready to hold this new reality? Or will you collapse back into the familiar? Your response to these tests determines how quickly the miracle can land. These tests often appear in subtle ways. Maybe it's an ex reaching out just when you've finally moved on. Maybe it's a familiar drama that used to hook you, trying to pull you back in. Maybe it's an old coping mechanism whispering that it can make you feel better, just this once. And here's what's important to understand. These aren't cruel tricks. They're not the universe being mean or testing your willpower. They're more like quality control checks. Your consciousness is making sure that the new frequency you've been building is stable, that it's real, that it can hold under pressure. Think of it like a bridge being built. Before that bridge opens to traffic, engineers test it. They put weight on it. They simulate stress. They make sure it can hold what it's designed to carry. Not because they want it to fail, but because they need to know it won't. Your consciousness is doing the same thing. It's putting weight on your new frequency, your new understanding, your new way of being. And every time you stay present, every time you don't collapse back into the old pattern, you're proving to yourself and to the field that you're ready. You're demonstrating that this isn't just a temporary shift, it's a permanent upgrade. And fifth, there's a moment of surrender. Not giving up, but letting go of control. Not forcing, but allowing. Not grasping, but opening. This is the final key. Most people get so close to their miracle and then clutch at it out of fear. They try to control how it arrives, when it arrives, what form it takes, and that very clutching pushes it away. The miracle can only land when your hands are open, when your heart is soft, when you trust the intelligence that's been orchestrating this entire time. Surrender is one of the most misunderstood concepts in spiritual practice. People think surrender means giving up on what you want. But true surrender is actually the opposite. It's releasing your grip on how you think it should happen, so that it can happen in a way that's better than you could have imagined. It's moving from, I need this specific outcome in this specific way, to, I trust that what's meant for me will find me in the perfect form at the perfect time. That shift from controlling to trusting is what opens the door for miracles. Consider water for a moment. Water is one of the most powerful forces on the planet. It carves through mountains, it shapes coastlines, it sustains all life. And yet water never forces, it never pushes, it simply flows. It finds the path of least resistance. It adapts to whatever container it's in. It surrenders to gravity, to the landscape, to the natural flow, and in that surrender, it becomes unstoppable. This is the paradox of power. True power doesn't come from force. It comes from alignment with the natural flow. So where are you in this pattern right now? Are you in the stripping away phase? Are you in heightened sensitivity? Are you in liminal space? Are you facing the final tests? Or are you in that moment of surrender? Wherever you are, know this. You're exactly where you need to be. Every phase serves the whole. Every phase is preparing you. Take a moment and comment below. Which phase are you recognizing in yourself right now? Naming where you are creates clarity and helps anchor the recognition. Here's something else most people don't realize. Your miracle isn't just about you. It's about everyone your life touches. When you step into your breakthrough, when you embody your transformation, when you become living proof that change is possible, you give everyone around you permission to do the same. You become a walking frequency transmission. Your very presence begins to shift the field around you. People feel different in your space. Conversations go deeper. Synchronicities multiply. This is how consciousness works. It's contagious. It spreads through resonance. Think about the last time you were around someone who was genuinely at peace. Someone who wasn't performing peace or pretending to be okay, but who had actually found that inner stillness. Did you notice how your own nervous system began to settle in their presence? How your breathing deepened? How your thoughts slowed? That's not your imagination. That's your nervous system responding to the frequency they were broadcasting. Our nervous systems are constantly communicating with each other beneath the level of words. We're always picking up on the internal state of the people around us. And when you shift your internal state, when you anchor into that calm knowing, into that trust, into that peace that transcends circumstances, everyone around you feels it. You don't have to say a word. Your frequency speaks louder than language. This is why your transformation matters beyond your personal life. Every time one person breaks through a limitation, they weaken that limitation for everyone. Every time one person collapses a new probability into form, they make that probability more accessible for everyone. You're not just doing this for yourself. You're doing this for the collective. Your miracle is a gift to the whole field of consciousness. There's a concept in physics called morphic resonance. It's the idea that once something happens somewhere in the field, it becomes easier for that same thing to happen elsewhere in the field. It's why discoveries often happen simultaneously in different parts of the world. It's why movements spread so quickly once they reach a tipping point. It's why your grandmother's generation thought things that your generation considers obvious. The field itself evolves, and it evolves through individuals who are willing to go first, who are willing to break through their own limitations, and, in doing so, create pathways for others. You are one of those people. Whether you recognize it or not, whether you feel qualified or not, you're someone who's willing to question, to seek, to look beyond the surface, to consider that reality might be more malleable than you were taught. And that willingness, that openness, that curiosity makes you a pioneer. You're charting new territory in consciousness, and everyone who comes after you will have an easier time because you went first. So as you stand here at the threshold of your miracle, as you feel the signs gathering around you, as you notice that inexplicable peace settling in, remember this: you were built for this moment. Every challenge you faced has been conditioning you. Every test has been strengthening you. Every dark night has been teaching you to trust what you cannot see. You are ready for what's coming. Your spirit already knows it. Your body is catching up. And your external reality is about to reflect the truth you've been holding inside. Let me tell you what happens next. Not to create expectation, but to help you recognize it when it arrives. Your miracle won't necessarily look like what you pictured. It might be quieter. It might be stranger. It might come through a door you didn't even know existed. But you'll know it's your miracle because of how it feels. There will be a sense of rightness, of recognition, of, oh, this is what I've been preparing for. It won't feel like something foreign entering your life. It will feel like something that was always yours, finally making its way to you. And here's what's beautiful. The miracle itself is just the beginning. What you think of as the miracle, the external change, the breakthrough, the answered prayer, that's actually just the visible proof of an internal shift that already happened. The real miracle is who you became in the process of waiting for it. The real miracle is the faith you built when you had no evidence. The real miracle is the strength you discovered when you thought you had none left. The real miracle is the trust you cultivated when everything around you said there was nothing to trust. That internal transformation, that shift in consciousness, that's the miracle. Everything else is just a reflection. Before we close, I want you to do one more thing. In the comments below, drop one single word that captures the energy, the intention, the transformation you're choosing right now. Not what you hope for, not what you're afraid of, but the frequency you're claiming. Just one word. This is your energetic signature to the quantum field. This is you declaring your resonance. So go ahead and leave that word below. And here's something to consider. If this message landed for you, someone else in your life needs to hear it too. When you share this video, you're not just passing along content. You're creating an energetic ripple that reinforces your own understanding while potentially catalyzing someone else's breakthrough. That act of sharing expands the field of collective awareness and often accelerates your own manifestation process through the principle of circulation. And if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel. Not just to stay connected, but to stay coherent, to stay aligned, to stay tuned to this frequency. Because the more of us who embody this truth, who live from this knowing, who collapse these new probabilities into form, the more the world around us reflects that truth. We're not separate individuals hoping for personal miracles. We're a collective consciousness remembering its creative power. And when we remember together, when we hold this frequency together, reality itself shifts to meet us. The fact that you're hearing this message right now, at this exact moment in your journey, is not random. It's not coincidence. It's alignment. Existence has been moving you toward this recognition. Every struggle positioned you here. Every sign pointed you here. Every moment of doubt brought you here. Because here, right now, you get to choose. You get to decide what frequency you're going to hold. You get to decide what reality you're going to collapse into form. Look at where you are today through new eyes. The struggles, the synchronicities, the unexplained peace. They're all threads of the same tapestry. They're all evidence of something working beneath the surface, behind the scenes, in the invisible realm where miracles take shape before they become visible. Trust that every piece is in motion. Even if you cannot see the whole picture yet, your miracle is nearer than it appears. The signals are confirmation you're already moving toward it. You're not chasing it anymore. It's finding you. And when it arrives, you'll recognize it not as something foreign, but as something you've been carrying inside all along, finally made visible. The next stage begins now. Now, understanding that your miracle is approaching is one thing, but maintaining the frequency that allows it to land is another. Most people experience these moments of clarity and then wonder why they can't hold on to them, why they slip back into old patterns and dense frequencies. There's a specific practice for keeping your quantum frequency elevated throughout the day, for staying in that receptive state even when external circumstances try to pull you back down. I walk through the exact mechanics of this in my video on how to stop losing your quantum frequency and maintain high vibration all day. You'll discover why frequency maintenance isn't about positive thinking, but about understanding the energetic architecture of your nervous system and how to work with it intentionally.
Warm greetings to those who are truly searching, not just listening, but listening with their spirit. There comes a point in every journey when knowledge alone is no longer enough. When another quote, another book, or another lecture stops filling the void, you begin to realize that the answers you're looking for are not out there. They are quietly echoing within you, waiting for your silence, waiting for you to stop speaking, stop proving, and start becoming. But here is a secret, one you may have glimpsed without knowing its depth. Once you discover something powerful about yourself, once you touch a truth that changes the way you see the world, you will feel an overwhelming urge to share it, to talk about it, to shout it from the rooftops. That's natural. That's the mind trying to validate its breakthrough. But the ancient wisdom whispers otherwise. Keep your mouth shut. Not because the truth is shameful, not because it must be hidden, but because some things, when spoken too soon, lose their potency. Some truths are like seeds. You don't yank them out of the soil the moment they begin to sprout just to show others. You let them take root. You protect them from the wind. You give them time to become strong. What no one tells you is that speaking too early is a form of ego. We talk because we want to be seen. We want to be praised for what we've uncovered. But wisdom does not thrive in the soil of validation. It thrives in stillness, in testing, in living through your truth, not just talking about it. There is a pain in awakening because you will see what others do not. You will walk differently. Your eyes will stop chasing the things they once found beautiful. Your ears will grow tired of noise. You will outgrow environments you once begged to be a part of. And in that shift, there will be loneliness. The kind of loneliness that begs for expression, that tempts you to explain yourself, to prove to others that you've changed, that you now see clearer. But silence is your true teacher. Because in silence, you are no longer convincing anyone. You are simply living the truth you found. The strength of your transformation doesn't lie in how many people you tell. It lies in how deeply you embody it. Keep your mouth shut, not because others are unworthy, but because the sacred must be protected. There will come a day when you look around and realize how easily words are wasted, how often we give away our power by explaining what we should be mastering. You will realize that not everyone deserves access to your inner world, not because they are bad, but because they are not ready. Some people are still walking paths you've already left behind. And if you try to give them the map to your mountain, they will only mock your climb. Haven't earned the altitude yet. And it's not your job to lift them with your words. You are not here to convince, you are here to evolve. And evolution is often silent, happens in the quiet moments, when you choose discipline over desire, when you walk away from chaos instead of engaging it, when you sit with your pain instead of running from it. These are the moments that make you unshakable. Not the moments when you talk, but the moments when you act. So the next time you feel something click inside you, when you feel that breakthrough rising, that insight pressing against your lips, pause. Ask yourself, this for the world to hear, or is this for me to live first? Most times, it's the latter. You owe yourself the gift of integration. Let the secret change you before you let it change others. Because when it's real, when it's truly part of your being, you won't need to explain it. Your presence will do that for you. Your energy, your actions, your silence, they will speak louder than any words ever could. How you become powerful, that is how you become untouchable. You stop leaking your growth. You stop narrating your transformation like a story still being written. And instead, you live as if it is already complete. The secret. And once you know it, keep your mouth shut. There is a quiet law in this world that few speak about because it cannot be easily explained. It must be lived. That law is this: when you speak wisdom too early, not because wisdom is fragile, but because your connection to it still is. When you first touch truth, it feels electric. It moves through your mind like lightning. Suddenly everything makes sense. The chaos, the pain, confusion, all of it becomes part of a greater picture. And in that moment, the urge to share it becomes overwhelming. But here's the lesson that few are taught. Not all things should be spoken right away. Truth is like fire. Your hands are not strong enough to carry it. You burn yourself and others. The first realization is never the full transformation. It's the beginning of a deeper practice. Speaking prematurely about your insight is like pouring a sacred tea into a cracked cup. It leaks. It's lost. You see, your words carry energy, but they also carry responsibility. When you speak of things you haven't fully lived, like drawing a map of a place you've only visited once, the lines will be wrong, the scale will be off, and those who follow that map will get lost. The discipline of silence after a realization is not a punishment. Protection. Protection for you to give your mind and body time to align with what your spirit now knows. Protection for wisdom itself, so it can root itself deeper into your behavior, your habits, your character. Because until your daily actions reflect your breakthrough, it is not yet real. It is a thought, and thoughts are delicate. They are shaped not only by our inner awareness, but by how the world responds when we speak them. When you share a powerful insight with someone who is not ready, you are not giving. It may feel like that, but you are actually placing your inner growth at risk. You are handing over something sacred to someone who cannot understand its weight. They will doubt it, laugh at it, dismiss it, and if you are not yet strong, their rejection can cause you to question yourself, can unravel what was once a moment of pure clarity. In this way, the ego disguises itself as generosity. I must share this truth, it says, but the wise do not rush to teach. They let their lives become the lesson first. True mastery does not announce itself. The tree does not scream when it bears fruit. It simply grows slowly, silently, and powerfully. Those who are meant to benefit from its shade will find it. In the same way, your growth will become visible in time through how you carry yourself, how you respond under pressure, how you treat others without needing to be praised. And this presence will say more than any explanation ever could. Important to understand that some people feed off your insecurity to validate their own comfort. If you speak your new realization in front of those who are committed to staying the same, they will try to pull you back, not out of malice, but out of fear. Your growth reminds them of their stagnation. Your clarity exposes their confusion, so they challenge you. Not because you are wrong, but because they don't want you to be right. And if your root is not deep enough, you will wobble. That is why silence must come first. Not forever, just long enough for your truth to harden into strength. Speak only once your words no longer need agreement. Share only when your truth cannot be shaken by rejection. That's when you are no longer trying to convince. You are simply revealing what already is. There's another layer. When you withhold speaking your insights, you allow them to work on you. They begin shaping your behavior in small ways, how you wake up, how you listen, how you walk away from what no longer serves you. These are the signs of transformation. They don't make noise, they don't seek attention, but they are undeniable. Those around you will feel it, even if they can't name it. They will sense a shift, a gravity, a presence. That is the energy of a person who has discovered something powerful and held it long enough to become it. So the next time you realize something profound, resist the urge to explain. Let your stillness hold it. Let your silence nurture it. Let your actions reflect it. And in time, when the seed has grown into a tree, you will find that you don't need to speak at all. People will come to you, not for your words, but for your way of being. And when you do speak, they will listen, not because you are loud, but because your silence made them curious. That is true power. That is what it means to know. And to know when to say nothing. There is a painful but necessary truth in life that very few are prepared to accept. Not everyone is ready for what you've discovered. Not everyone has eyes to see what you now see. And not everyone has the heart to carry what your soul has been shown. When wisdom reveals itself to you, it feels like a gift. But the mistake we often make is assuming it will be received as a gift by others. It won't, especially not if they haven't asked for it. Especially not if they're still living in the mindset that the wisdom was meant to help you escape from. The very nature of truth is that it's disruptive. It challenges illusions, shines light into corners that many would prefer to leave in the dark. It invites change, but change is uncomfortable. So when you bring truth to those who are not ready, it will not be welcomed. It will be resisted, rejected, sometimes even attacked. Imagine walking into a room where everyone has been asleep for years. Their eyes have adjusted to the darkness. Their comfort depends on the silence. Then you, wide-eyed and awakened, suddenly burst in with a flashlight. You think you're doing them a favor. You believe you're sharing your newfound clarity, but to them, you are a threat. Not because your light is wrong, because it disturbs the world they've built around their unawareness. In life, timing is everything. The truth delivered at the wrong time is no better than a lie. This is why wisdom demands patience. When you understand something deep, something transformative, your job is not to run out and convert others. Your job is to internalize that truth, to live it. Let your life become evidence of what you've learned. Because if someone isn't seeking truth on their own, your words will sound like noise, or worse, judgment. This is especially difficult when the people you love are the ones still asleep. You want them to wake up. You want them to grow. You want them to see what you now see. But transformation cannot be forced. It must be chosen. It must be walked through, not handed over. A butterfly cannot help a caterpillar become what it is. It can only fly by example. Sharing deep insights with the wrong people is like planting seeds in concrete. No matter how powerful the seed is, it cannot grow where there is no soil. And if you insist on forcing it, you exhaust yourself and end up feeling unseen, unheard, or even betrayed. The pain you feel is not because the truth wasn't real. It's because you misjudged the readiness of the person standing in front of you. There is also the subtle arrogance of believing it is your job to awaken others. It isn't. Awakening is personal. No matter how well you speak, no matter how true your insight, it cannot land where there is no openness. You may want to shake people and tell them how much better life could be. But until they are ready to listen, not just with their ears but with their spirit, your words will fall flat. Or worse, they will twist them, mock them, turn them against you. This is why silence becomes wisdom's ally. When you remain silent, you are not abandoning the truth. You are honoring it. You are saying, this is sacred. This is not entertainment. It's not a casual conversation. This is a key that unlocks doors, and I will not hand it to someone who still prefers to remain locked inside. Let your example be the invitation. Let the way you live create curiosity. Let your peace disturb their chaos, not by preaching, but by being. People don't follow words, they follow energy. If you truly understand something powerful, it will change your posture, your choices, your priorities. Others will notice. They may not say anything at first, but when the time is right, when they are finally ready, they will ask. And when someone asks from a place of openness, then and only then is the door ready to be unlocked. It's how transformation spreads, not through force, but through resonance. You live your truth so fully, so silently, that it radiates. It becomes magnetic. Those who are meant to rise will feel the pull, and they will come, not to argue, not to debate, but to learn. Until then, keep your treasure protected. Hold it in the quiet corners of your heart. Let it grow in you before you ever speak of it. The world may not be ready, you must be. Because if you try to convince others before your own foundation is strong, you risk being pulled back into the very mindset you've escaped. And that is the silent danger of sharing too soon. Your truth may be real. If it's still fragile, the wrong environment can crush it, so hold it close. Let your silence build your strength. And remember, when they're ready, they will hear you. Until then, walk your truth in peace. A profound difference between strength and power. Strength is the ability to do something. Power is knowing when not to. This is where many people misunderstand mastery. They believe power is demonstrated through loudness, dominance, or control. But true power, the kind that shapes lives and alters futures, is quiet. It is composed. It doesn't seek attention. It doesn't announce itself when it enters a room. It doesn't need to, because it already knows what it is. When you come across someone who has walked through pain, faced their own fears, battled their weaknesses, and emerged wiser, you'll notice something subtle but unmistakable about them. They don't rush to prove anything. They listen more than they speak. Their presence carries weight, but not because they demand it, because they've earned it. That's restraint. And restraint is the mark of someone who has power but has chosen to master it. We live in a world where everyone wants to be seen, heard, and praised. Social media, conversations, even relationships have become stages for performance. Everyone's talking. Few are truly listening. Everyone's sharing, but so little of what's shared comes from a place of depth. It's all noise. And amidst that noise, the ones who carry real power are the quiet ones. The ones who understand that some truths are too sacred for public consumption. That wisdom isn't a trophy to show off. It's a fire that needs to be protected. You see, restraint doesn't mean weakness. It doesn't mean passivity. It means you've trained yourself to resist the impulsive urge to react, to speak, to correct, to dominate. It means you can sit in silence when provoked. It means you can allow someone else to be wrong without needing to correct them just to feed your ego. That's not cowardice. That's clarity. Because the moment you feel the need to prove yourself, you've already placed your value in someone else's hands. And that's not power. It's insecurity wearing the mask of confidence. There's a discipline in holding your truth within, in not needing the world to validate it. Some things are meant to be lived, not spoken. When you realize something deeply transformational about yourself, about life, about how the world works, your first instinct might be to run out and tell everyone. But wisdom isn't a performance, it's a practice. It must first be digested, integrated, and made real through your behavior. Think about martial artists. The most dangerous fighters are not the ones boasting about their skills. They're the ones who look calm, relaxed, even unassuming. Why? Because they don't need to flex what they know. They've internalized it. Their restraint is not forced. It's natural. It's the result of discipline, of repetition, of humbling failures and hard-won victories. They've come to understand that power is not what you show, it's what you withhold. And the same principle applies to inner wisdom. The more you know yourself, less you need the world to know you. The deeper your insight, the less you feel the need to argue. You stop needing to win conversations. You stop chasing applause. You let others underestimate you, misjudge you, even mock you because you've learned that your truth doesn't require their approval. That's real power. Silent, anchored, unshakable. But restraint doesn't just protect your power, it sharpens it. Every time you hold back when it would be easier to speak, every time you choose presence over performance, you train your inner warrior. You become more aligned, more precise, more effective. Instead of spreading your energy outward to convince others, you channel it inward to refine yourself. And with each act of restraint, your awareness deepens. You begin to see clearly who deserves your energy and who doesn't, ready and who is not, what is real and what is illusion. This clarity becomes your compass. It guides your actions, not your emotions, because you're no longer reacting, you're responding. Thoughtfully, intentionally. That's where transformation happens. When your life stops being a reaction to the world and becomes a deliberate expression of your truth. In ancient philosophy, restraint was always a sign of inner maturity. It meant you had come to a place where your peace was no longer negotiable, where you didn't allow circumstances or other people to disturb your center. And the most powerful thing about that state is this: others feel it. They may not understand it. They may even feel threatened by it, but they feel it. And slowly they begin to treat you differently, not because you demanded respect, but because your restraint made them curious, made them wonder what you know that they don't. And when they finally ask, you'll know they're ready. You won't need to convince them. You'll simply speak and your words will land. Because you waited, because you respected the truth enough to protect it. And because you didn't waste your power trying to display it before it was time. That is what it means to walk with quiet power. That is what it means to know the secret and keep your mouth shut. There comes a time on every journey of growth when the most powerful thing you can do is say nothing. Not because you have nothing to say, because you've come to understand that silence itself is a language, and when used wisely, it speaks louder than any argument, any explanation, any defense. Silence is not the absence of power, it is the presence of mastery. In the early stages of awakening, we often feel compelled to explain ourselves. We want to share everything we've learned, everything we've felt, everything we've realized. Like an overflowing cup, we can't help but pour it into others. But with time, we begin to see that not everyone is listening with the same depth. Not everyone is ready to receive what we've struggled so long to understand. And more importantly, not every space deserves our voice. That is when silence becomes a choice, one made not from fear or submission, but from clarity and discernment. In silence, you discover your own motives. Are you speaking because you need validation? Because you want to be right? Because your ego demands to be seen? Or are you willing to stay quiet to protect your energy, to let others be wrong without disturbing your peace? Silence invites you to examine yourself more honestly than speech ever can. Because when you remove the noise of explanation and justification, all that's left is truth. Raw, unfiltered truth. And facing it without the distraction of words is where real growth happens. There's an ancient discipline in stillness. The world rushes, shouts, reacts, posts, performs. But you don't. You watch. You feel. You understand. You learn to read between the lines. You listen not just to what is being said, but to what is not being said. You begin to see patterns, masks, and intentions that most miss. In silence, your perception sharpens. You become more sensitive to energy, to subtle changes in tone, to the spaces people leave between their words. This is not intuition by accident. It's awareness by design. And it is built in silence. Think of the greatest martial artists. Their strength is not just in their physical form, but in their ability to observe their opponent, to wait for the precise moment to act. They are calm, grounded, silent. And when they strike, not out of haste, it's out of readiness. The same principle applies to life. When you've mastered the art of silence, you no longer speak to fill space. You speak because you have something to offer. And when you choose to remain silent, it is a conscious act of power, not weakness. In relationships, silence can be more healing than confrontation. Sometimes people don't need your advice. They need your presence. Sometimes they don't need your voice. They need to hear their own. When you stop interrupting their process with your words, you give them space to process, to reflect, to grow. That kind of silence is an act of love, not abandonment. Shows that you trust them to find their own way, just as you did. And when it comes to pain, your own pain, silence can be a sanctuary. You don't need to broadcast your struggle to validate it. You don't need to narrate your healing for it to be real. Sometimes the deepest healing happens in the quiet. When you sit with yourself in stillness without distractions or opinions and allow yourself to simply be, to feel, to accept. That is where transformation happens. In silence, the broken pieces begin together. Not because you forced them to, but because you gave them room to realign. Silence also protects your vision. The more you speak about your dreams, your plans, your goals, the more you expose them to doubt, envy, and interference. There is power in moving quietly, in building without announcing, in evolving without explaining. Let your success make the noise. Let your peace be the proof. When you keep your intentions sacred, they grow stronger, they become rooted, they are no longer fed by applause, but by purpose. And finally, silence teaches you patience. The world will try to provoke you. People will test you. Life will throw challenges that seem to demand a reaction. But in silence, you learn to wait, to observe, to respond from strength, not emotion. That doesn't mean you never speak. It means you speak with intention, clarity, with impact. Your words, when they come, carry weight because they've been tempered by silence. This is the secret that so many overlook. They think power is loud. That wisdom must be explained. That truth must be shouted to be real. But the ones who truly understand know better. They know that silence is not emptiness. It is full. It holds your strength, your depth, your insight. It is your boundary, your meditation, statement, your guard. So, once you know something deeply, truly know it, not just intellectually, but spiritually, emotionally, and practically, resist the urge to shout it from the rooftops. Instead, let it live in you. Let it guide your actions. Let it reshape your habits. Because the world doesn't need more noise. It needs more people who have the courage to be silent until their moment comes. And when it does, they will speak, not to impress, to illuminate. Until then, let silence be your teacher. The path to wisdom is not paved with words. It is carved in silence, forged through restraint, and walked in solitude. Once you have come to understand this, once you have witnessed the transformative depth that silence carries, you no longer feel the need to convince the world of who you are. You no longer chase the validation that once seemed so important. You no longer fight battles that your soul has already outgrown. You simply become. And that becoming, it happens in quiet moments when no one is watching. In the early mornings when the world is still and you are alone with your breath. In the late hours of the night when you replay the decisions of your day, not to punish yourself, but to refine your direction. It happens in your stillness, in your patience, in the way you choose to respond instead of react. It happens in the words you decide not to say, the victories you don't need to flaunt, the pain you don't need to explain. Something deeply powerful about the person who no longer feels the need to be loud. That kind of power is undeniable. It is rooted. It doesn't fluctuate with praise or criticism. It's not dependent on being seen or understood. Simply exists, like a mountain unmoved by the storm, like a candle whose flame does not flicker in the wind. The one who holds a secret and chooses silence is not withholding from others. They are protecting the sanctity of what they've earned. Because that's what truth is. It's earned through lived experience, through pain, through failure, through hard choices, and through quiet perseverance. And the deeper the truth, the less you want to share it casually. Not because you're hiding it, but because you respect it. You understand the weight of it. You understand that wisdom isn't just for display, it's for transformation. And before it can transform others, it must first transform you. So you carry it within you. You let it soften your anger. You let it sharpen your focus. You let it quiet your ego. And you let it guide you like a compass that never fails, even in the darkest terrain. You no longer look outward for answers because you've learned to listen to the silence within. And in that silence, clarity, there is also peace. The kind of peace that doesn't come from everything going right, but from you no longer needing to control what goes wrong. The kind of peace that holds steady even when others misunderstand you, doubt you, or challenge you. You don't fight to prove anything because your energy is sacred now. Your time is sacred. Your inner state is not up for negotiation. You don't give that away lightly. That is when life begins to shift. Not because the world changes, but because you have. And your change, though subtle, becomes undeniable. You walk differently. You speak differently. You make decisions from a place of intention, not desperation. You give your energy wisely, and you protect your silence fiercely. You don't let noise into your heart. You don't let confusion lead your path. You have become still, and in that stillness, you are strong. People will feel this before they understand it. They may not know why they're drawn to your presence, why your words land with weight, why your calmness feels like safety. Because you have done what most won't. You've gone within. You've sat in the silence long enough to understand that not everything must be said. Not every truth needs a witness. Some things are meant only for you. So when the world tries to pull you back into its chaos, when it tempts you with applause, with arguments, with the promise of recognition, remember this: you are not here to be loud. You are here to be clear, to be anchored, to be real. And sometimes the realest thing you can do is say nothing at all. Let your life be the proof of what you know. Let your actions echo the lessons you've learned. Let your silence teach louder than your voice ever could. That is how you command respect without asking for it. That is how you influence without forcing. That is how you protect your power. and keep growing without interruption. Because once you've found the secret, once you've tasted the kind of clarity that can't be bought, broken, or borrowed, you'll understand why you must guard it, not from others, but for yourself, so that it can keep guiding you, so that it can keep refining you, so that it can continue to do its quiet, profound work inside of you. In a world obsessed with speaking, choose the discipline of listening. In a world addicted to noise, choose the courage of stillness. And in a world desperate to be seen, choose the quiet path of becoming so powerful, they'll feel you even when you say nothing. That's when you'll know the secret was never meant to be shouted. It was meant to be lived. Silently. Completely. There is a strength in stillness that most people will never understand, because it does not shout, it does not chase, and it does not seek to be seen, but it is felt by everyone. We live in a world that celebrates noise, fast answers, loud confidence, constant movement, but true intelligence, especially in women, is often quiet, not because it is afraid, but because it is centered, grounded, whole. A highly intelligent woman is not always the one with the highest degree or loudest opinion in the room. She's the one who can walk away from chaos without needing to prove a point. She's the one who doesn't confuse attention with respect. She's the one who knows. The way I treat myself sets the tone for every relationship I have. So this is not a talk about how to impress. It is not about becoming perfect. It is about becoming aware. Because the moment a woman becomes aware of her habits, of how she moves, thinks, reacts, she unlocks a quiet power that changes the atmosphere in every room she enters. Let's walk together into that awareness. If you're new here, welcome to Self-Mastery, where we share timeless wisdom to help you protect your energy, elevate your mindset, and walk in purpose. Subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a message that speaks to your soul, strengthens your spirit, that could shift your entire path. Let us begin. There is a difference between being silent and being still. Many people remain quiet on the outside, yet their minds run like a crowded marketplace, full of noise, bargaining for approval, afraid of judgment, craving applause. But a highly intelligent woman learns something few ever do. Inner silence is not about removing sound. It is about removing conflict within. She doesn't avoid people to protect her peace. She simply doesn't allow everything to access her attention. Her mind becomes a sacred space, not open to all conversations, not exposed to every emotional weather. And this is not born of arrogance. It is the fruit of clarity, the kind of clarity that is born from repeated experiences of what happens when you trade your inner calm to solve outer chaos. She has learned through life, perhaps the hard way, that constantly engaging in arguments to prove her worth, constantly explaining her boundaries, constantly reacting to others' emotions, it doesn't bring peace, it only exhausts her. In neuroscience, there's a concept known as cognitive load. It refers to how much information your brain is processing at any given moment. Too much stimulation, whether from negative conversations, emotional conflict, or even overthinking, triggers stress hormones like cortisol. Over time, this overload weakens the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for decision-making, self-control, and empathy. But when a woman learns to guard her inner silencer, she protects that sacred space. She gives her mind and body the space to regulate. And this simple act becomes the foundation of emotional intelligence, not just in theory, but in how she shows up in relationships. Imagine a woman who is always reacting. Her partner says something insensitive, and instantly she snaps back. Her boss overlooks her work, and she's boiling inside. Her friend forgets to call, and she takes it as rejection. Her life becomes a series of emotional roller coasters, exhausting, ungrounded, unstable. Her nervous system never feels safe. But now, imagine another woman. Her partner raises his voice. She pauses, breathes, and in that pause, she doesn't just hear his words, she sees his pain. She doesn't match his chaos. She stands in her own calm, and from that calm, she chooses a response that is wise, not reactive. This is the power of inner silence. It is not weakness, it is mastery, and it transforms how people treat you. In Eastern teachings, there is a phrase, "The wise one drinks water, but hears the ripple." It means she not only lives but listens deeply to life. She feels energy. She notices when someone's smile doesn't match their eyes. She senses what is unsaid in a conversation. Because her mind is not full of noise, she sees clearly. A woman like this becomes a mystery to others. Why? Because she is not predictable. She doesn't fight every battle. She doesn't attend every drama. She doesn't participate in every argument. And in a world addicted to reaction, her restraint becomes magnetic. People feel something different in her presence, a groundedness, a quiet knowing. And yet this silence is not just spiritual, it is practical. In the world of relationships, it is the difference between conflict that escalates and connection that deepens. There's a story of an older woman in a village who was known for resolving disputes between couples. People would go to her, expecting advice, but she would often sit in silence for long minutes, eyes closed, simply listening. When asked why she delayed speaking, she said, "I wait for the truth to rise from the silence, not the anger, not the fear, the truth." This is the kind of woman who doesn't speak from her pain. She waits until her wisdom has returned. And only then does she offer words. Science supports this. Studies show that when you give your mind even 90 seconds of silence after emotional stimulation, the amygdala, the brain's emotional center, calms down, allowing the logical brain to re-engage. Meaning, if you wait just a little before reacting, your chances of saying something wise instead of something you regret increases dramatically. Highly intelligent women understand this, and so they practice silence, not just in meditation or morning rituals, but in the middle of the storm. When insulted, they don't rush to defend. When misunderstood, they don't panic to explain. When ignored, they don't shrink, they stay still inside, and from that stillness, the next step is clear. But this silence does not mean absence of emotion. On the contrary, it means they feel everything. But they are not ruled by anything. This brings us to the second habit, knowing when to be soft and when to be still. Softness is often mistaken for weakness, and strength is often confused with harshness. But a highly intelligent woman has grown beyond these illusions. She has been both too soft and been walked over. She has been too hard and pushed love away. And now, through reflection and self-awareness, she carries both softness and strength in perfect tension. Emotional discipline is the secret art she practices daily, not for the sake of others, but because she respects her own energy. She knows that reacting in anger may feel powerful in the moment, but it depletes her. She knows that always being the one who forgives too quickly, who bends too easily, who stays silent to avoid conflict, costs her dignity in the long run. So she learns a new rhythm. When a man disrespects her boundary, she doesn't scream. She just stops granting him access to her presence. When a friend only calls when they need something, she doesn't scold. She simply stops answering every time. When life overwhelms her, she doesn't collapse. She slows down, listens to her body, and adjusts her pace. This is still, quiet, calm, firm, unshakable. But within that steel there is still softness, the softness to forgive without becoming foolish, the softness to cry without becoming unstable, the softness to love deeply without losing herself. Psychologists describe this as emotional flexibility, the ability to shift between emotional states without becoming stuck. It is not the absence of feeling, but the presence of choice. In relationships, this creates trust. Men, for example, feel more emotionally safe with a woman who can feel deeply, without drowning in her emotions. A woman who can communicate her needs with clarity, not through blame or guilt. A woman who can hold herself with grace, even when things don't go her way. This is not performance. This is maturity, and it draws real intimacy. There's a story of a woman whose husband became cold and distant. For months, she tried everything: conversations, tears, even silence. But nothing changed. One evening, instead of repeating the same patterns, she calmly said, "I love you, but I will no longer carry the burden of this relationship alone. I am here if you want to rebuild, but I will no longer beg for your presence." That was the first time he truly heard her. Not because she was louder, but because she was clearer. Her words were not emotional threats. They were grounded boundaries, and he could feel the steel beneath her softness. This is the kind of woman people respect. Even if they don't agree with her, they know she means what she says. Her presence is not chaotic. Her love is not desperate. Her emotions are not uncontrolled. She brings peace, and people either rise to meet her or fall away on their own. From a neurological perspective, this emotional regulation strengthens the thus prefrontal cortex, creating a loop of greater resilience. When a woman regulates her emotions well, she creates more safety in her relationships. And when her relationships feel safe, her brain becomes more flexible and adaptive. It's a cycle of self-mastery. But it starts with one habit: pausing, taking a breath before speaking, asking herself, is this reaction aligned with the woman I am becoming? Choosing the tone, the timing, and the truth of her words. And even when she stumbles, which all humans do, she doesn't shame herself. She reflects, she adjusts, she grows. That is emotional intelligence in action. A woman who knows when to be soft and when to be steel is not easy to manipulate. She cannot be guilted into overgiving, nor provoked into regrettable words. She moves with purpose, and this brings an invisible but unmistakable power to her relationships. She doesn't rely on dominance or submission. She lives in balance, and this balance of silence and discernment, of softness and strength, becomes the foundation of her leadership, her love, and her legacy. There is an invisible skill possessed by highly intelligent women that is often overlooked in a world that prioritizes how loudly someone can speak. That skill is observation. She has trained herself to notice, to listen beyond the surface, to remain grounded in awareness, even when the world rushes her to react. This habit is not born from fear, but from discipline. It is a quiet form of power, choosing to understand before being understood. A highly intelligent woman observes more than she speaks, not because she has nothing to say, but because she knows that most people listen only to respond, not to understand. And she has no desire to waste her energy in shallow conversations or surface-level connections. There's a story of a woman who walked into a new workplace. While others rushed to assert themselves, prove their worth, and mark their territory, she sat back for the first few weeks. She watched, she listened, she observed how people spoke, when the manager was present versus when he wasn't. She noted who took credit, who took responsibility, and who remained silent in conflict. By the end of the month, she had built a map, not just of roles and titles, but of personalities, energy, motives, and trustworthiness. This habit of quiet observation allowed her to move with wisdom rather than anxiety. When she eventually spoke, her words carried weight, not because she was louder than others, but because her insight was rooted in presence. And presence is rare when a woman truly sees people, not through judgment but through clarity. She earns a level of respect that can't be demanded. Neuroscience supports this. The act of deep observation activates the mirror neuron system, a network in the brain that allows us to empathize and intuitively understand others' emotional states. When a woman trains herself to observe, not just words, but tone, posture, and energy, she sharpens her intuition. This intuition, or what some might call a woman's sixth sense, is not mystical. It is the result of attention combined with emotional literacy. Many women have shared stories of looking back and realizing they saw the red flags, but ignored them. The man who never met their eyes when apologizing. The friend whose praise always had a hint of competition. The colleague who was warm in public but dismissive in private. All the signs were there, but they were buried under the noise of business, distraction, and the desire to assume the best. But the highly intelligent woman does not rush to conclusions, nor does she rush to defend her view. She pauses. She reflects. She notices how people behave when they are angry, when they are happy, when they feel powerful, and when they feel threatened. She listens with all her senses because she understands that people reveal themselves not just in what they say, but in how they say it and in what they choose to stay silent about. In relationships, this habit becomes a form of protection and intimacy at the same time. A woman who observes is not easily fooled by charm. She sees beyond the curated image. She notices the gaps between someone's words and their actions. She watches how a man treats waiters, speaks about his ex, handles rejection, or responds to being corrected. And from these small details, she understands his character. But she also uses her observation to nurture love. She notices when her partner is quiet not because he's distant, but because he's burdened. She senses when something is off, not because he says so, but because his energy is different. And this allows her to show up in ways that create safety, because she is not guessing, she is paying attention. A wise woman once said, "I don't ask many questions. I just watch the answers present themselves." This calm awareness makes her presence magnetic. She listens in a way that makes people feel seen. She notices the small things. How someone's voice changes when they talk about their dream. How their shoulders drop when they finally feel safe. How their eyes light up when they talk about childhood. And because she sees people, people open up to her. But her observation is not passive. She uses it to guide her own behavior as well. She watches her own tone when she's tired. She observes the patterns of her own thoughts when she's feeling insecure. She becomes a student of her inner world, and this is where observation becomes transformation. When she can observe herself without harsh judgment, she is able to change with grace. She notices when she's falling into old habits, people-pleasing, over-explaining, emotional withdrawal. And because she sees these things clearly, she is not a slave to them. This self-awareness brings emotional freedom. It is the difference between saying, "That's just who I am," and saying, "That was who I used to be." From this grounded place of observation, another powerful habit emerges. Creation. A highly intelligent woman is not content simply consuming information, trends, opinions, or approval. She creates space for her mind. She creates time for her well-being. She creates beauty in her surroundings, peace in her relationships, and structure in her days. This creation is not always public. It may not show up on a stage or in a portfolio, but it is real. She writes in her journal. She prepares her meals with intention. She crafts her morning with care. She shapes her environment with purpose. And in doing so, she reminds herself daily, "I am the author of my life," not a passive character waiting for something to happen. There is a difference between movement and motion. One is led by clarity, the other by habit. A woman who is always scrolling, reacting, rushing, checking, she is in motion. But a woman who pauses to create, who reads to grow, writes to reflect, builds to express, that woman is in movement, intentional, directed, alive. This shift from consumption to creation changes everything in relationships. When a woman is always consuming advice, approval, opinions, she loses connection to her own wisdom. She begins to depend on others to tell her what is right, how she should feel, and who she should be. But when she creates, she reclaims that power. Her journal becomes her counselor. Her routines become her sanctuary. Her silence becomes her teacher. In romantic relationships, this habit prevents emotional dependency. She doesn't rely on her partner to provide her sense of purpose or emotional stability. She brings a full life to the table. She creates joy, not waits for it. She initiates care, not demands it. And this makes her love generous, not desperate. There's a story of a woman who went through a painful breakup. Her identity had been wrapped in the relationship. After it ended, she found herself lost. For months, she consumed everything: self-help books, online courses, therapy sessions. They all helped, but something was still missing. Then, one day, she picked up her old paintbrush. She hadn't painted in years. As she began to create again, something shifted. The grief didn't disappear, but it transformed. Her art gave her a voice, a mirror, a place to return to herself. She later said, "It wasn't the painting that healed me. It was the reminder that I still had something to offer the world beyond my pain." This is the wisdom of creation. It is not about producing masterpieces. It is about practicing presence. And in that presence, a woman remembers who she is. Science echoes this truth. Engaging in creative activities activates the brain's default mode network, which supports self-reflection, emotional processing, and even problem-solving. When a woman creates, she is not escaping her reality. She is integrating it. This habit also reshapes her relationship with time. She no longer feels like life is happening to her. She becomes a participant, not just a responder. She chooses how to start her day, how to end it, how to rest, and how to reconnect. She doesn't just consume food. She creates nourishment. She doesn't just consume media. She creates boundaries around it. She doesn't just consume relationships. She contributes to them, brings life into them. And as she does, something beautiful happens. Her energy becomes magnetic. People can feel when a woman is living with intention. Her presence carries depth. She doesn't chase attention. She doesn't compete. She simply is. And that is more powerful than any performance. But this creation also requires discipline. It is easier to scroll than to write, easier to react than to build, easier to binge than to reflect. And so, the highly intelligent woman does not wait to feel inspired. She creates a rhythm, a space in her life where creation becomes habit. Whether it's 10 minutes in the morning, a silent walk in the evening, or one day a week unplugged from the world, she commits. And in doing so, she finds herself again and again, not in the noise, but in the quiet act of choosing what she brings into the world. Observation teaches her what is. Creation reminds her what can be. And together, they form the core of a life lived with purpose, not performance. There is a quiet elegance in a woman who does not need to explain her boundaries. She does not announce them with aggression. She does not beg for them to be respected. She does not break herself just to avoid making others uncomfortable. Her boundary is not a brick wall. It is a natural rhythm. And those who can dance with that rhythm stay. Those who cannot fade quietly into the background of her life. A highly intelligent woman understands that boundaries are not about keeping people out. They are about keeping her energy aligned. She has learned through life's experiences that giving too much of herself to people who give too little in return leads to depletion, resentment, and disconnection from her own center. And so her boundaries become sacred, not enforced by force, but by consistency. When a person continually shows that they do not value her time, she does not shout. She simply becomes less available. When someone crosses a line, even subtly, with disrespect or manipulation, she does not plead for them to see her worth. She retreats with grace, with peace, with finality. And in that retreat, she sends a powerful message, not through words, but through behavior. I choose myself. The world often misunderstands women who do this. They are called cold, distant, too proud. But what is missed is the wisdom behind their silence. They have cried behind closed doors. They have bent too far before. They have explained their pain to deaf ears. And in that fire, they were forged not into stone, but into clarity. And clarity has no need to scream. In psychology, the concept of enmeshment refers to a loss of personal boundaries in relationships, where one person's identity becomes so entangled with another's that their sense of self becomes blurred. Highly intelligent women have often lived through such entanglements. They have loved so deeply that they lost themselves, and when the love was not returned with respect, they were left empty. But instead of becoming bitter, they became better. Not louder, but clearer. And from that clarity, they began to rebuild a life where their boundaries were not reactions, but reflections of self-respect. Consider the woman who always said yes. Yes to helping. Yes to staying late. Yes to forgiving without healing. She thought that love meant self-sacrifice, and that being available meant being valuable. But inside, she was quietly breaking. No one noticed because she didn't show it. Until one day, she could no longer give what she didn't have. She reached the edge of burnout, not just physically, but emotionally. It was in that stillness, after exhaustion had emptied her, that she realized something sacred. No one was going to give her the life she deserved unless she claimed it. And claiming it meant boundaries. She began small, turning her phone off after 8 p.m., not explaining why, just doing it. Saying no to events she didn't feel aligned with, canceling plans when her body needed rest, refusing to respond to disrespect, even if it came with compliments. And slowly, the world around her adjusted. Some people drifted away. Others grew closer, now treating her with the respect she had begun to show herself. A woman who does not explain her boundaries is not unkind. She is simply no longer available for dynamics that dishonor her. She knows that a man who is right for her will not require her to shrink, to overextend, or to explain herself endlessly just to be understood. He will read her silences. He will respect her rhythm. He will value her peace. In relationship dynamics, this becomes a filtering mechanism. People who are accustomed to testing others' limits through guilt, emotional manipulation, or subtle coercion will quickly find no entry point. She does not engage in emotional tug of war. She lets go, even if it hurts, because to her, no connection is worth the price of abandoning herself. There is a quote that says, "Your boundary is not up for discussion. If someone doesn't like it, they are free to walk away." The highly intelligent woman embodies this truth, not as a defense mechanism, but as a lived philosophy. She has nothing to prove. Her presence is her answer. Her absence is her answer. Her peace is her answer. But boundaries are not only about others. They are also about herself. She sets boundaries with her own tendencies to overthink, to self-criticize, to revisit wounds that are trying to heal. She notices when her mind is spiraling into old stories, stories where she wasn't enough, wasn't loved, wasn't chosen. And she gently says to herself, "Not today. I no longer live there." But this self-boundary becomes an act of inner leadership. She is no longer at the mercy of every thought or emotion. She respects her own energy too much to allow it to be wasted on regret or revenge. Her attention becomes sacred currency, and she spends it only on what aligns with her truth. One woman shared how she used to let people explain away their bad behavior. He didn't mean it. She's just under stress. They're doing their best. But over time, she realized that constantly making room for others' inconsistency was erasing her own integrity. She wasn't just allowing them to mistreat her. She was teaching them that it was acceptable. And so she shifted. Now, when someone apologizes but doesn't change, she walks away. When someone makes promises but never follows through, she adjusts her expectations, not with resentment, with clarity, because she has learned that love without respect is not love, and attention without consistency is not commitment. In romantic relationships, this kind of woman is both mysterious and grounding. Mysterious because she cannot be easily predicted or controlled. Grounding because her energy brings clarity. Her partner feels the safety of her standards. He knows that love with her is deep, but it is not free of responsibility. She will not chase. She will not convince. She will not compromise her core just to keep someone interested. This is not power through domination. It is power through self-possession. She knows who she is. She knows what she values. And she knows that anyone who tries to cross her limits under the disguise of love is not offering love at all. Eastern philosophy teaches that a woman in harmony with herself becomes like water, soft, yet able to shape mountains. She does not resist life, but she flows with it. And part of that flow is knowing when to say no, when to step back, when to protect the space that allows her to flourish. That protection is not always obvious. Sometimes it's turning off the news. Sometimes it's not engaging in family drama. Sometimes it's not giving an emotional response when someone is clearly trying to provoke one. And sometimes it's simply choosing silence instead of arguing with someone committed to misunderstanding her. There is great peace in not needing to explain everything, in trusting that what is aligned will stay and what is not will fall away. Boundaries are not built in one day. They are shaped through years of experiences, moments of heartbreak, and the quiet decision to never abandon oneself again. A woman who has been through betrayal, disappointment, and confusion eventually arrives at this sacred place. I know how it feels to be treated poorly. I won't allow it again, not from others and not from myself. And so, her life becomes simpler, not because there is no conflict, but because there is less confusion. Her yes is full of presence. Her no is full of peace. And she no longer feels the need to justify either. A woman who walks in this way transforms the atmosphere around her. People become more intentional in her presence, more respectful, not out of fear, but out of admiration. They sense that this is not someone you can have love, not someone you can give breadcrumbs to, not someone you can guilt or gaslight or gradually wear down. This woman has returned home to herself. And in doing so, she teaches others how to treat her, not through lectures, but through embodiment. If someone asks, "Why don't you allow this?" she doesn't answer with a speech. She just smiles and walks away, because her boundary is not an explanation. It is a reflection of her self-worth, and it does not require permission. There is something deeply powerful about a woman who treats herself with dignity, not only in her speech or posture, but in her daily rituals. Not the grand gestures that the world claps for, but the quiet, repetitive actions she performs when no one is watching. These small rituals, often dismissed as unimportant, are actually the architecture of her self-respect. They are the proof of how she values herself, not in theory, but in practice. A highly intelligent woman understands that confidence is not an accident. It is a result of how she speaks to herself, how she feeds herself, how she rests, moves, dresses, listens, walks, and returns to her own center. These things may seem ordinary, but they create her identity. They form the soil from which her relationships, decisions, and inner peace grow. It begins the moment she wakes. A woman in alignment doesn't reach for her phone first thing in the morning. She reaches for stillness, for intention, for presence. She understands that the first thoughts she entertains will shape the mood of her day, and so she creates a morning rhythm that reminds her who she is before the world tries to tell her who to be. It may be a few deep breaths, a warm drink, a handwritten reflection, a few silent moments by the window, not because she has to, but because she honors herself enough to begin her day with awareness. There's a story of a woman who was constantly exhausted, not just from work, but from the emotional demands of everyone around her. Children, co-workers, a partner who took more than he gave. She began to lose her sense of self. Her mood became reactive, her body always tense. One day, she was given a simple suggestion: spend 10 minutes each morning doing something just for herself, something that grounds her. At first, she resisted. That won't change anything, she thought, but she tried. Just 10 minutes, sitting quietly with a journal, no interruptions, no phone, no noise. In 3 weeks, everything changed. Not because her life got easier, but because as she became more stable, she noticed she was less reactive. She made better decisions. She felt more rooted in her conversations. That simple ritual, 10 minutes a day, became her sanctuary. What this reveals is simple. Self-respect is cumulative. You don't build it through one dramatic act of courage. You build it through daily rituals that remind you of your worth, especially in seasons where others don't see it. A woman who practices this does not look for validation in unhealthy places. She doesn't need a man's constant reassurance to feel beautiful, because she has already taken the time to care for her body with gentleness. She doesn't rely on external applause to feel accomplished, because she already witnessed herself complete what she promised. Even if it was just drinking water, finishing a walk, or writing one honest paragraph, her small wins accumulate. They add up, they become her quiet strength, and this strength reflects in her relationships. A woman who respects herself becomes more selective, not out of arrogance, but out of awareness. She doesn't entertain empty conversations. She doesn't allow inconsistent people to drain her. She doesn't stay in dynamics where she has to repeatedly explain why she deserves care. She's not harsh about it. She just knows that she doesn't have to sacrifice her rituals, her rhythm, or her peace to be loved. The love she desires must match the love she already gives herself. Psychology tells us that rituals create safety in the brain. The human nervous system thrives on predictability. When a woman creates consistent rituals, morning walks, journaling, breathwork, mindful cooking, she communicates to her brain, you are safe, you are grounded, you are cared for. This sense of internal safety translates into how she handles external challenges. Imagine a woman in an emotionally unpredictable relationship. One day, he is attentive. The next, cold and distant. Her heart, constantly confused, begins to question her worth. But because she has anchored herself in daily rituals, she doesn't fall apart. She may feel pain, yes, but she knows how to return to herself. She has trained her nervous system to recognize home, not in another person, but within her own body and breath. This is not theory, it's muscle memory. A woman who nourishes herself daily builds emotional resilience. Her rituals remind her, no matter what happens out there, I have me. And that reminder is what keeps her from spiraling when the world disappoints her. There's a woman who made it a practice to light a candle every evening before bed. It sounds simple, but for her, it symbolized something sacred that even after a chaotic day, she could return to light. That flame became a meditation, a prayer, a commitment. On nights when she was heartbroken, she still lit it. On nights when she was happy, she lit it. On nights when she felt nothing at all, she still lit it. That consistency became a healing force, a reminder that even if everything around her felt unstable, she was still showing up for herself. And that's the essence of daily rituals. They are not meant to fix you. They are meant to remind you of your dignity, of your strength, of your beauty, of your sacredness. In relationships, this has powerful implications. A woman rooted in ritual will not chase emotional highs. She doesn't need constant drama to feel alive. Her inner world is already rich. She brings calm into relationships, not chaos. She listens better, speaks slower, responds more wisely, because she's not coming from a place of scarcity. She's full. And that fullness is felt. She becomes magnetic, not because of what she says, but because of the peace she carries. A man might not even know why. He feels safe around her. He just does. Because her energy is not scattered. Her attention is not desperate. Her presence is not demanding. She's simply there. Whole, grounded, present. This also gives her the strength to walk away when necessary, not out of rage, but out of reverence for herself. She doesn't slam doors, she simply closes them, quietly, without a need to be understood. Because her rituals have taught her that solitude is not punishment, it is a return. She knows how to be alone without being lonely, because in her rituals, she has befriended herself. One of the most powerful things a woman can do is to treat herself the way she wishes others would treat her. Speak to herself with kindness, feed herself with love, dress herself with grace, rest herself with permission, move herself with respect. When she does this consistently, the world around her begins to mirror it. There's a well-known saying, you teach people how to treat you by how you treat yourself. This is not just a concept, it is a pattern that plays out again and again. When a woman constantly abandons her own needs to please others, people begin to believe that her needs don't matter. Not because they're cruel, but because she modeled that behavior. But when she consistently honors her own space, energy, and rhythm, others learn. This is a woman who must be met with presence or not at all. In the realm of self-mastery, rituals become more than habits. They become spiritual practices, a way of saying every single day, I am worthy, I am whole, I am responsible for my energy. And this responsibility is not a burden. It is a liberation, because once a woman claims it, she no longer waits for others to fill her cup. She fills it daily, carefully, joyfully. In Eastern philosophy, there is the idea that the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. How you fold your clothes, how you pour your tea, how you take your steps, all of it is a reflection of your inner state. A woman who rushes through her day with tension may not even notice the toll it takes on her relationships. But a woman who pauses to breathe while tying her hair, who arranges her home with intention, who sits with her meals, she brings that same presence into her interactions with others. Presence is the fruit of ritual, and presence is love's greatest offering. Imagine being in a relationship with someone who is fully present, who doesn't check their phone while you speak, who remembers what you said yesterday, who notices your mood before you say a word. That kind of attention is rare, and it begins with how one treats themselves, because a woman cannot offer presence to another if she is absent from herself. So these daily rituals, though small, are not insignificant. They are the roots of her inner garden. If she neglects them, her energy becomes fragile. But if she waters them, her energy becomes a source of strength, not just for her, but for those around her. There is no perfect ritual. Some women dance each morning. Others sit in stillness. Some write letters they'll never send. Others walk in nature, barefoot, feeling the earth. Some pray, some stretch, some sing. What matters is not what she does. What matters is that she does it for herself, not to perform, not to impress, but to return. Return to center, return to self, return to truth. And when she does, again and again, her relationships change. Not because others suddenly become better, but because as she does, she becomes a woman who knows what she needs. A woman who gives from overflow, not depletion. A woman who walks into rooms not hoping to be chosen, but already knowing she is whole. And this wholeness, it cannot be faked, it must be lived. And it is lived one ritual at a time. When a woman begins to live with this kind of intention, when her habits are rooted in self-respect, her silence is sacred, her emotions are disciplined, her mind is observant, her life is creative, her boundaries are clear, and her rituals are consistent. She no longer walks through the world searching for her worth. She embodies it. She no longer asks, "Am I enough?" because she feels enough in how she rises in the morning. She no longer wonders, "Will they stay?" because she no longer clings to those who must be convinced. She becomes a woman whose presence speaks before her words do. Not because she is loud, but because she is aligned. And in that alignment, her relationships shift. Her standards rise. Her circle refines. She no longer fears being alone because she's never disconnected from herself. She no longer settles for crumbs because she prepares a feast within her own soul. Her life becomes her message. Her energy becomes her boundary. Her habits become her protection. And those who wish to walk beside her must first learn to walk with the same integrity she shows herself every single day. That is the mark of a highly intelligent woman, quietly powerful, deeply present, unapologetically whole. You are not a problem to solve. You are a presence to live. The idea that you must constantly improve yourself before you are worthy is like believing the sky must be painted before it can be beautiful. This belief quietly drains your energy, distracts you from living, and delays the love you could already be sharing. The truth is simple. What you are seeking is not ahead of you. It is already within you, waiting for you to notice. From an early age, most of us are given a subtle but powerful message: you are not enough as you are. It doesn't always come in harsh words. Sometimes it's in the look of comparison between siblings. Sometimes it's the endless stream of advertisements promising happiness if you just fix your skin, lose the weight, or speak more confidently. Sometimes it's in the way parents, with good intentions, constantly point out what you could do better. And over the years, this quiet whisper of inadequacy turns into a belief so deep that it becomes invisible, like water to the fish that swims in it. We no longer notice we are living inside the idea that we are incomplete. In relationships, this belief works like a hidden operating system. Without realizing it, it shapes how we communicate, how we set boundaries, even how we choose partners. If you believe you are incomplete, you will look for someone to complete you. That search can be intoxicating at first. The early days of romance feel like they fill the empty spaces in your heart. But the truth is, no one can fill a void created by self-doubt. They can distract you from it for a while, but eventually the illusion wears thin and the same feelings of not enoughness resurface. Only now they are tangled up with someone else's expectations and disappointments. Neuroscience has shown us that the brain is not an impartial observer of reality. It's a pattern-making machine. The beliefs you hold influence, which patterns it strengthens. If you constantly think you're lacking, your brain will highlight evidence to prove it. A partner forgets to text back, and instead of considering they are busy, the mind whispers, "See, you are not important enough." A friend cancels dinner, and instead of thinking about their circumstances, the brain nods in agreement with the old story. You must not be worth the effort. Over time, these interpretations become the default, not because they are true, but because they are familiar. Physiology mirrors this mental habit. When you feel incomplete, your body responds with tension. Shoulders draw in, breath becomes shallow, the nervous system shifts into a state of vigilance. You begin to scan your interactions for signs of rejection or disapproval. This stress response isn't just in your head. It changes hormone levels, influences your immune system, and can even reduce your ability to read other people's emotions accurately. In other words, the belief in your own incompleteness doesn't just stay in your thoughts. It lives in your body and affects every relationship you have. Consider a woman named Lina. She was intelligent, compassionate, and creative, yet in her relationships, she always felt the need to earn love. When her partner seemed distant, she would overcompensate, cooking elaborate meals, writing affectionate notes, rearranging her schedule to be more available. She told herself she was being thoughtful, but deep down, these were offerings made to silence an inner voice that said, "If you don't prove your worth, they will leave." That voice didn't come from her partner. It came from years of hearing that love is conditional, that attention must be earned, that her natural self was not enough. And the more she tried to fix this imagined flaw, the more exhausted she became. Her relationship suffered, not because she lacked value, but because she kept approaching love from a place of self-doubt rather than self-presence. One of the most damaging effects of the illusion of incompleteness is that it teaches you to trade authenticity for approval. You begin to adjust your personality to fit what you think will keep others close. You hide your opinions to avoid conflict. You pretend to be less hurt than you are to avoid being seen as too sensitive. Over time, this performance creates distance, the very distance you were trying to avoid. People may like the version of you they see, but deep inside, you know they don't know the real you, and this deepens the loneliness, even when you are surrounded by others. There is an ancient saying, when you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. This is not a call to arrogance. It is an invitation to see that worth is not something to be acquired, but something to be recognized. In relationships, this recognition changes everything. Instead of looking for someone to validate you, you begin to share life with someone from a place of fullness. You no longer cling to them for identity or purpose. Instead, you choose them freely, and they choose you. Not to complete each other, but to walk alongside each other as complete beings. Psychology calls this a secure attachment, and it is one of the most powerful predictors of relationship satisfaction. People with secure self-worth are less likely to interpret neutral events as threats. They are more resilient in the face of conflict. They give space without fear and receive space without panic. In simple terms, they love without constantly checking whether they are being loved back in the same moment, because they already carry an internal sense of being enough. Now, the challenge is that the illusion of incompleteness is not just a thought you can erase by repeating affirmations. It's a habit of perception. You've been practicing it, often unconsciously, for years. Breaking this habit starts with awareness. Notice when you interpret someone's action as proof of your inadequacy. Pause before you accept the story your mind offers. Ask yourself, is this fact or is this an old script? This small pause interrupts the automatic link between feeling and meaning. And every time you do this, you begin to loosen the grip of the illusion. In physiology, we know that repetition strengthens neural pathways. This is true for beliefs as well. If you begin to intentionally notice moments when you are enough, when you show kindness, when you solve a problem, when you simply exist and breathe, you start to train the brain to recognize a different reality. Over time, this reshapes not only your thoughts, but also your posture, your breathing, your way of entering a room. Others can feel it too. Energy communicates silently. A person who carries a quiet certainty of their own worth changes the dynamic in any relationship without saying a word. This doesn't mean you will never feel insecurity again. The human mind is a storyteller, and sometimes it will return to familiar plots. But when you know those stories for what they are, old echoes, not present truth, they lose their power. You begin to respond rather than react. You begin to choose partners, friends, and colleagues not out of fear of being alone, but out of alignment with your values. You begin to live less like someone searching for missing pieces, and more like someone arranging the furniture of a house they already own. Relationships become less about proving yourself and more about expressing yourself. Love becomes less about holding on and more about walking together without the constant fear of loss. This shift is not only felt by you, but by those around you. They notice the way you listen without defensiveness, the way you express needs without apology, the way you can receive criticism without collapsing. These are the quiet markers of a person who has stepped out of the illusion and into the reality of their own completeness. Energy always follows awareness. This is not just a poetic statement from ancient wisdom. It is a measurable truth that neuroscience, physiology, and psychology have been pointing to for decades. The way you direct your attention shapes the chemistry of your body, the tone of your emotions, and the depth of your relationships. If your awareness is constantly scanning for what is wrong in yourself, in others, in your circumstances, then your energy will be drawn toward fixing, correcting, and defending. If your awareness is tuned toward what is alive, what is working, and what is meaningful, then your energy will naturally flow into creation, connection, and presence. In the realm of relationships, where emotional currents run strong, the direction of your awareness is not a small thing. It is the difference between a partnership that feels like an endless negotiation of unmet needs and one that feels like a steady flow of mutual nourishment. The human nervous system is wired to respond to perceived threat when awareness is dominated by suspicion, criticism, or the fear of rejection. The body produces stress hormones that tighten muscles, quicken the heart, and narrow perception. This narrowing means you begin to miss the subtle signs of care that your partner offers. The small acts of kindness, the quiet ways they stand by you, because your awareness has already been claimed by the hunt for potential danger. There is a simple but revealing example of this. Imagine you are in a room filled with different conversations, background, music, and movement. Amidst all of this, someone quietly says your name from across the room. Your attention sharpens instantly toward that voice. Your brain is constantly filtering the world in this way, and it uses your awareness as the signal for what is important. In relationships, if you have trained yourself to look for disappointment, then even in a day filled with warmth, your awareness will pick out the single moment when you felt overlooked. If you have trained yourself to notice acts of love, then even in a difficult day, you will still find the touch on your shoulder, the shared laugh, the way they listened when you spoke. This is not about ignoring problems or living in denial. It is about understanding that what you attend to expands in your experience. If you repeatedly bring awareness to the same thoughts, your brain strengthens the pathways that make those thoughts come more easily in the future. Psychologists call this neuroplasticity, and it is why habitual focus is so powerful. Your attention is not a passive observer of reality. It is an active shaper of it. Consider someone who constantly assumes their partner is annoyed with them. Even when the partner is in a neutral mood, this assumption colors every word and gesture. A delayed text becomes a silent judgment. A sigh becomes disapproval. The person's awareness is locked on the possibility of rejection, and the energy responds with defensiveness or overcompensation. Over time, this dynamic can actually create the tension they feared, not because the partner was originally upset, but because the relationship became saturated with the energy of suspicion. Now, imagine the same person beginning to shift their awareness intentionally. Instead of scanning for signs of disapproval, they practice noticing moments of connection, eye contact, shared humor, small acts of cooperation. At first, this might feel forced, even unnatural, because the brain is so accustomed to its old habit. But with repetition, the habit changes. The nervous system relaxes. The body no longer moves through the day bracing for impact. And because the energy has shifted, the partner begins to feel more at ease, more willing to engage, more open to intimacy. Physiology gives us a clear picture of this process. When awareness is placed on positive, connecting experiences, the body releases oxytocin, sometimes called the bonding hormone. This doesn't just create warm feelings. It lowers stress, improves immune function, and deepens the sense of safety in relationships. Safety is not only about physical protection, it is about emotional permission. When someone feels safe with you, they will show you more of themselves, trust you with their vulnerabilities, and extend more patience toward your flaws. Energy following awareness is also visible in conflict. Two people can have the same disagreement, but the outcome will be shaped by what each is paying attention to. If awareness is locked on winning or proving the other wrong, then energy fuels defensiveness and attack. But if awareness is on understanding the other person's perspective, then energy supports curiosity, empathy, and problem solving. The disagreement may still be uncomfortable, but it no longer erodes the foundation of the relationship in the same way. One woman I spoke with described how her marriage changed when she began to consciously place her awareness on the qualities she appreciated in her husband. For years, she had been focused on his lack of verbal affection, interpreting it as a sign that he didn't value her. But when she decided to start noticing his actions, the way he maintained the house, the way he remembered her preferences, the way he stood beside her at family gatherings, her energy toward him softened. In turn, he became more open with his words. The shift in awareness not only changed her inner experience, it altered the atmosphere between them. This principle is not about pretending everything is perfect. It is about training your awareness to see a fuller picture. If you only see the flaws, you live in a constant state of repair. If you only see the good, you risk ignoring necessary changes. True awareness can hold both the beauty that already exists and the areas that need attention. This balanced awareness allows your energy to be used wisely, to nurture what is working and address what is not, without falling into the extremes of romantic idealism or chronic dissatisfaction. There is an old teaching that says, the mind is like a garden. What you water will grow. Awareness is the act of watering. In relationships, you are always watering something, either the seeds of connection, gratitude, and trust, or the seeds of resentment, doubt, and fear. And because energy follows awareness, whatever you water will not just survive, it will thrive. It is worth asking yourself, where does my awareness rest most of the time? Do I look for signs of care or signs of neglect? Do I notice the ways I am loved or the ways I believe I am lacking love? Do I give as much energy to appreciating my partner as I do to analyzing their mistakes? These questions are not meant for self-blame, but for gentle observation, because you cannot redirect your awareness until you know where it is. Physiologically, the redirection of awareness has another layer of benefit. It interrupts the body's stress loop. When awareness is stuck on threat or lack, the sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight mode, stays activated. By consciously shifting awareness toward moments of connection and safety, you activate the parasympathetic system, which supports rest, digestion, healing, and deeper emotional availability. This is why couples who regularly express gratitude toward each other report higher relationship satisfaction. They are not only feeding positive emotions, they are also calming their bodies, making intimacy more sustainable. This practice extends beyond romantic relationships, in friendships, families, and work connections. Where awareness goes, energy follows. If your attention is habitually drawn to how someone is failing you, the energy between you will tighten. If you choose to notice where they are showing up, however small, the energy will loosen, making it easier to address challenges without the heavy weight of constant criticism. Awareness is a discipline. It is not simply the byproduct of mood, it is a choice you make repeatedly. And in making that choice, you are not just influencing your own state, you are influencing the relational field between you and others. People can feel the difference when they are looked at with suspicion versus when they are looked at with appreciation. The human nervous system is deeply attuned to these subtle shifts. A partner may not be able to articulate exactly what changed, but they will respond differently to your presence when your awareness is rooted in respect, curiosity, and care. If the first step to breaking the illusion of incompleteness is noticing how it shapes your perception, the next step is understanding that you have the power to train that perception. Energy will follow whatever you choose to focus on, and this is not just an inner exercise. It is a practical skill that changes how relationships feel from the inside out. Emotional discipline is often misunderstood. Many hear the term and imagine suppression, a tightening of the self, a refusal to feel. But true emotional discipline is not about denying your emotions. It is about mastering your response to them. It is clarity under pressure, the ability to remain anchored when the winds of emotion threaten to pull you off course. And in relationships, this discipline is one of the greatest freedoms you can give both yourself and the people you love. Without emotional discipline, every passing mood can become a storm that dictates your words and actions. When you are tired, you speak sharply. When you are anxious, you cling. When you are angry, you throw out words that cannot be taken back. In these moments, you are not leading your emotions. Your emotions are leading you. This may feel justified in the heat of the moment. After all, they hurt you, so why not respond in kind? But over time, this pattern erodes trust. A relationship built on reaction rather than reflection becomes a fragile one, easily broken by the next wave of emotional turbulence. In contrast, emotional discipline allows you to acknowledge your feelings without being ruled by them. It gives you the space to choose your response, to act in alignment with your values, rather than in the grip of an impulse. And the freedom that comes from this is not just for you, it is for your partner as well. They learn they can trust not just your love in calm moments, but your stability in difficult ones. The physiological side of this is clear. Emotions are not abstract. They are chemical and electrical events in the body. Anger speeds up your heart rate, raises your blood pressure, floods your system with adrenaline. Fear contracts your breathing and tightens your muscles. Joy expands your chest, softens your posture, and releases endorphins. These responses happen quickly, often before you are consciously aware of them. But emotional discipline is the practice of noticing the body state and pausing before you let that state dictate your words or actions. This pause is not weakness, it is strength in its purest form. Consider a couple, Daniel and Marisa. Daniel has a habit of withdrawing when he feels criticized. Marisa, feeling the withdrawal, becomes more insistent, her voice rising in volume and urgency. Without emotional discipline, this cycle escalates rapidly. His silence deepens, her tone sharpens, and both leave the interaction feeling hurt and unheard. But on one occasion, Marisa notices her voice rising and her chest tightening. Instead of pressing harder, she takes a slow breath, softens her tone, and says, "I can feel I'm getting frustrated. I don't want to push you away. Can we talk about this in a calmer way?" This small act of awareness shifts the entire trajectory of the interaction. Daniel, no longer feeling attacked, responds with more openness. The conversation moves forward rather than spiraling downward. Emotional discipline does not mean you never feel intense emotions. It means you have built the capacity to hold those emotions without letting them spill recklessly into your relationships. This capacity is like a vessel. The stronger and more spacious it is, the more it can hold without breaking. And this vessel is built through practice. Every time you pause before reacting, every time you choose to speak with care rather than lash out, every time you breathe through tension instead of dumping it on someone else, you strengthen the vessel. There is a quiet power in being able to stay present when your emotions are loud. It sends a message to your partner. I value this connection enough to handle my feelings responsibly. This builds a deep sense of safety in the relationship. Safety is not about avoiding all conflict. It is about knowing that conflict can be navigated without causing lasting harm. When both people have emotional discipline, they can disagree without destroying trust, express hurt without tearing each other down, and experience tension without losing respect for one another. In the absence of this discipline, relationships often swing between two extremes: emotional chaos and emotional avoidance. In chaos, feelings spill out unchecked, leaving a trail of regret. In avoidance, feelings are swallowed down until they harden into resentment. Both patterns weaken intimacy. Emotional discipline offers a third path, one where feelings are acknowledged, expressed, and worked through without letting them control the entire interaction. There's a saying, you can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. In relationships, the waves are the inevitable ups and downs of emotions. Trying to eliminate them is futile, but learning to ride them, to keep your balance in the midst of their rise and fall, is the skill that keeps you from being dragged under. Emotional discipline is that balance. It requires self-awareness, and self-awareness begins in the body. The body often feels emotion before the mind names it. The tightening of your throat before you cry, the heat in your cheeks before you speak in anger, the heaviness in your chest before you admit you're hurt. These are signals. If you can learn to notice them, you can step in before your reaction takes over. This is why practices like breathwork, meditation, and even physical exercise are so valuable. They sharpen your awareness of your internal state, giving you more opportunities to choose how you respond. One man, Elias, described how this practice changed his marriage. He used to respond to his wife's complaints with immediate defensiveness. I'd hear her say something she didn't like, and before she even finished, my body would tense, my mind would race, and I'd start firing back. He said, I thought I was defending myself, but really I was just reacting. After starting a daily mindfulness practice, Elias began to notice the early signs of defensiveness, the tightening in his jaw, the urge to interrupt. With this awareness, he started pausing, letting her finish speaking, and asking clarifying questions before responding. "It was amazing how much less we fought," he said. "Half the time, I realized I was reacting to something I assumed she meant, not what she actually said." Emotional discipline also allows space for repair. Even the most disciplined person will sometimes speak too sharply or withdraw too quickly. But when you have trained yourself to notice your own state, you are quicker to recognize when you've slipped and quicker to return to connection. This speed of repair is one of the most important factors in relationship longevity. It is not perfection that sustains love, but the ability to recover and rebuild trust after inevitable moments of imperfection. Freedom comes from this discipline because it releases you from being a captive of your own moods. You are no longer at the mercy of every spike of irritation, every pang of insecurity, every wave of disappointment. You have room to breathe, to see the bigger picture, to remember the love and respect that exist beyond the current discomfort. This does not make emotions less vivid. It makes them less tyrannical. In a relationship, this freedom allows you to be more consistent, and consistency is one of the deepest forms of love. It says to your partner, "I will not disappear when things get hard. I will not lash out when I am hurt. I will not abandon my values in the heat of the moment." This reliability builds a sense of safety that makes deeper intimacy possible. People open themselves more fully when they know they will not be met with unpredictable outbursts or cold withdrawal. Emotional discipline also changes how you hear your partner. When you are not swept away by your own emotions, you can listen more fully. You can hear the vulnerability beneath their anger, the longing beneath their criticism, the fear beneath their silence. This deeper listening not only resolves conflicts more effectively, it strengthens the bond between you because your partner feels truly seen and understood. It's worth remembering that emotions themselves are not the enemy. They are messengers. Anger can signal a boundary has been crossed. Sadness can point to something that needs to be grieved. Fear can highlight an area where safety is lacking. But without discipline, we end up reacting to the messenger instead of listening to the message. The result is that the original need goes unmet and the cycle of emotional reactivity continues. Discipline allows you to hear the message clearly and respond to it in a way that actually addresses the root cause. There is a quiet confidence that comes from knowing you can meet your emotions without being consumed by them. In relationships, this confidence becomes a form of generosity. You can hold space for your partner's emotions without feeling the need to immediately fix or escape them. You can be present for their tears without drowning in them, present for their frustration without matching it with your own. And in turn, they can feel safe being their full self around you, knowing they will not trigger instability by expressing their truth. This stability is contagious. Just as anxiety can spread between people, so can calm. When one person holds steady, the other often finds it easier to regulate themselves. In this way, your emotional discipline is not only for you, it becomes a gift to everyone you interact with. The mirror principle is simple to say, but profound to live. How you see yourself is reflected in how others experience you. In every relationship, you are both a participant and a mirror. What you believe about yourself, consciously or unconsciously, is expressed in your posture, your tone, your boundaries, your openness, and even in the silence between words. People respond not only to what you say and do, but to the energy behind it, the image of yourself you carry into the space between you. If you see yourself as unworthy, the reflection you offer others will be shaped by that belief. You may not say it aloud, but your body language will speak it. Shoulders slightly curved inward, voice tentative, eyes hesitant to meet theirs for long. When someone offers you a compliment, you might brush it away as if they could not possibly mean it. When someone treats you well, you might grow suspicious, waiting for the moment they will change their mind. Without realizing it, you invite people to engage with the version of yourself that you believe is true. The one that is lacking, the one that must prove itself before it can be loved fully. On the other hand, when you hold yourself with quiet self-respect, you reflect an entirely different image. This is not arrogance, it is the steady presence of someone who knows their value is not up for debate. You speak with clarity, not to dominate, but because you believe your voice matters. You can receive kindness without shrinking and give kindness without fear it will be wasted. You set boundaries not as walls to keep people out, but as the healthy edges that define where you end and another begins. And others respond to this. They sense they are in the presence of someone who is not seeking to be completed, but to connect from a place of fullness. In relationships, the mirror principle operates constantly. Imagine a man who carries the belief that he is difficult to love. Every time his partner shows affection, he questions it, wondering if it's out of pity or obligation. This doubt shapes his reactions. He may downplay the affection, make jokes to deflect it, or test his partner's love by withdrawing to see if they will chase him. Over time, the partner begins to feel they cannot reach him, that their love is never enough. The man's original belief is reflected back to him, not because it was objectively true, but because his own behavior created the conditions for it to appear true. This is why self-perception is so powerful. It is not just an inner narrative. It is an active influence on the dynamics you live in. A person who believes they are competent approaches challenges with an openness that invites collaboration. A person who believes they are a burden hesitates to ask for help, and their silence can be interpreted as distance or disinterest. In both cases, the internal belief is mirrored back through the responses of others, reinforcing the original view. The mirror principle is also visible in subtle emotional exchanges. When you meet someone who sees themselves as capable and trustworthy, you tend to extend trust to them more readily. When you meet someone who doubts themselves, you may unconsciously become more cautious, offering less responsibility or leaning in less emotionally. This doesn't mean you are judging them. It means you are responding to the signals they are sending. Relationships are built on these micro signals. The small cues of body language, tone, and timing that communicate more than words ever could. There is a story of a woman named Helena who had a history of partners taking her for granted. She often found herself doing most of the emotional labor, remembering birthdays, managing the household schedule, anticipating needs before they were voiced. She told herself she was just naturally giving, but underneath was a belief that her worth came from being indispensable. The reflection she offered her partners was one of someone who would always give more than she received. Unsurprisingly, the people she was with settled into this dynamic, relying on her overextension without offering equal effort. It was only when Helena began to see her worth apart from what she provided that the mirror changed. She stopped over-functioning, communicated her needs without guilt, and chose not to rescue others from the natural consequences of their actions. The partners who stayed rose to meet her new standard. The ones who left made space for healthier connections. The mirror principle does not mean you are responsible for every way others treat you. People have their own histories, projections, and limitations. But it does mean that your self-perception sets a tone. It defines the emotional posture you bring to each interaction. If you expect to be respected, you will communicate in ways that make disrespect harder to sustain. If you expect to be dismissed, you may speak in a way that gives people permission to ignore you. This reflective process is not limited to romantic love. In friendships, if you see yourself as uninteresting, you might avoid sharing your thoughts, leading others to assume you have little to say. In professional relationships, if you see yourself as unqualified, you may hesitate to put forward ideas, and colleagues may overlook you when opportunities arise. In family relationships, if you see yourself as the one who always sacrifices, you may unconsciously create situations where your needs are never prioritized. The mirror works in both directions. Just as your self-image shapes how others respond to you, their responses can reinforce or challenge your self-image. This is why relationships can be such powerful arenas for growth. A partner who sees you as capable when you doubt yourself, or as beautiful when you cannot see it, can begin to soften the edges of an old, limiting belief. But for that new reflection to take hold, you must be willing to receive it. If your inner mirror is cracked with self-doubt, no amount of external affirmation will fully land. It will pass through the cracks and disappear, leaving the old image intact. Learning to adjust the mirror begins with noticing what it currently reflects. This requires honesty. What do you believe about your worth? How do you carry yourself as a result? In moments of interaction, what signals are you sending? Not just with your words, but with your presence. Are you communicating that your time, energy, and love are valuable? Or are you subtly signaling that they can be taken for granted? Changing the reflection does not mean pretending to be someone you are not. It means aligning your inner image with the truth of your inherent worth and letting that truth be visible. This might mean standing taller, speaking with more intention, making eye contact, or simply allowing yourself to take up space without apology. It might mean practicing receiving without immediately offering something in return. It might mean saying no when every habit in you wants to say yes to avoid disappointing someone. In relationships, this alignment has a profound impact. When you carry yourself as someone who is enough, you invite others to meet you in that space. You teach them how to engage with you, not by demanding it outright, but by demonstrating through your own presence what is and is not acceptable. People learn from the reflection you offer. The clearer and truer that reflection is, the healthier the relationship becomes. The mirror principle also extends to emotional states. If you are anxious, you often project that anxiety onto your partner, interpreting their neutral actions through a lens of fear. They, in turn, may become more guarded or reactive, reflecting the tension back to you. If you are at ease, you project calm, and the other person is more likely to respond in kind. This does not mean you must always be calm. It means recognizing that your internal state is not contained entirely within you. It leaks into the relational space and shapes the interaction. This is why cultivating self-compassion is so important. If your inner mirror is harsh and critical, you will often interpret others' actions as judgments, even when they are not. A partner's distracted moment becomes a sign they are displeased. A friend's delayed reply becomes proof they no longer value you. But when the inner mirror reflects kindness toward yourself, you are less likely to take these moments personally. You give others the benefit of the doubt because you already give it to yourself. The mirror is not fixed. Every day, in every interaction, you have the chance to polish it, to let it reflect more truth and less distortion. And as the image you carry of yourself changes, so too will the reflections you receive from those around you. The ability to remain still within, even when the outer world is shifting, is one of the greatest relational strengths a person can cultivate. Stillness here is not the absence of movement in the physical sense, but the capacity to stay centered regardless of external turbulence. It is the ability to let your mind and heart hold steady when emotions are running high, when circumstances are uncertain, and when those you care for are acting from their own storms. This stillness is not coldness, nor is it detachment. It is the fertile ground from which wise words and compassionate actions can grow. In relationships, it is often the difference between a conversation that heals and one that wounds. There is a moment in every argument, disagreement, or tense exchange where you are faced with a choice to react or to respond. Reaction is fast, fueled by old patterns, ego, and the nervous system's fight or flight response. Response is slower, deliberate, born from awareness rather than impulse. Stillness is the space that allows for response. Without stillness, words spill out before you have even processed them. Tone sharpens before you have noticed, and body language turns defensive without your consent. With stillness, there is a pause, the sacred fraction of a second where you breathe, feel your feet on the ground, and let the first wave of emotion pass before you choose your next step. In neuroscience, this is the activation of the prefrontal cortex over the amygdala. When we are triggered, the amygdala fires rapidly, signaling danger and pushing us toward quick, protective action. This is useful if you are facing physical threat, but in a relationship, most conflicts are not matters of survival. Still, the brain treats criticism, perceived rejection, or lack of control as threats to belonging, which for humans is deeply wired into our survival instincts. Stillness engages the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for reasoning, empathy, and long-term thinking. This is why taking a conscious pause before speaking in conflict can transform the direction of the conversation entirely. In practical terms, stillness in relationships might look like sitting in silence when someone you love is upset, resisting the urge to defend yourself immediately. It might look like keeping your tone calm even as your partner raises their voice, or asking for a moment to gather your thoughts rather than speaking from agitation. It can also mean holding back from immediately offering solutions when someone shares their struggles, instead allowing space for them to feel heard. Stillness is not passivity, it is intentional presence. There is a story of a couple, Daniel and Mara, who found themselves in frequent arguments. Daniel tended to speak quickly and with force when upset, while Mara would shut down, withdrawing emotionally to protect herself. This dynamic left them both frustrated, Daniel feeling unheard, Mara feeling unsafe. After seeking guidance, Daniel began practicing a form of inner stillness during their disagreements. He noticed his body tightening and his voice rising, but instead of letting the momentum take him, he took a breath, placed his hand on his own chest, and waited 3 seconds before speaking. In those seconds, the urgency softened. He was able to ask Mara what she needed rather than launching into accusation. This small act of stillness began to shift their pattern. Mara, feeling less attacked, stayed present rather than withdrawing, and the space between them became less volatile. The physiological side of stillness is as important as the mental one. Your body's state directly influences your emotional expression. When your breathing is shallow, your muscles tense, and your heart rate accelerates, your mind becomes primed for conflict. Slowing the breath, lowering the shoulders, and grounding your feet sends signals through the vagus nerve to your parasympathetic nervous system, telling the body it is safe. Safety within the body creates space for clarity within the mind. This is why mindfulness and breath practices are so effective. They are not simply spiritual exercises, but biological tools for restoring relational harmony. Stillness also serves a deeper emotional function. It protects intimacy from the erosion of unnecessary conflict. Many relationships suffer not from monumental betrayals, but from repeated small ruptures that could have been avoided if one or both partners had paused. A sarcastic remark here, a dismissive gesture there. Over time, these accumulate, creating distance. Stillness is the conscious interruption of these micro ruptures. It is the willingness to ask yourself before speaking, will this strengthen or weaken the bond? That question alone can dissolve half the unnecessary tensions between people. In friendships, stillness can mean choosing not to engage in gossip even when it is offered as a bonding moment. It can mean refraining from responding to a hurtful message right away, giving yourself time to process so that your reply reflects your values rather than your wounds. In family dynamics, stillness might mean staying calm when an old pattern reappears, when a sibling makes the same joke that used to provoke you, or when a parent offers unsolicited advice. By staying centered, you allow the relationship to continue without reactivating the same cycles that have repeated for years. Stillness also creates a mirror for others. When you meet agitation with calm, you give people the chance to regulate themselves. Human nervous systems are co-regulatory. We respond to the emotional states of those around us. This is why a leader who remains calm in crisis inspires trust, and why a partner who stays steady during conflict can draw their loved one back into balance. Your stillness becomes a stabilizing force in the relational field. However, stillness is not suppression. Suppressing emotion in the name of being calm can lead to resentment, disconnection, and physical stress. True stillness allows the emotion to be felt without letting it dictate the action. You can feel anger and still speak gently. You can feel fear and still choose honesty. The difference lies in awareness, the ability to hold the feeling like a pebble in your hand, turning it over and examining it before deciding what to do with it, instead of letting it be the hand that moves you. There is an ancient teaching that says, in the still pond the reflection is clear. In the same way, stillness in your inner world allows you to see the truth of a situation without the distortion of reactivity. Without stillness, your perception is clouded by the storm of your own emotions, and you may act on a version of reality that exists only in your mind. With stillness, you can separate what was actually said from what you interpreted, what actually happened from the story you began to weave about it. This distinction alone can prevent countless misunderstandings. Consider the difference between hearing your partner say, "You didn't call me back," and instantly reacting with, "Why are you always accusing me?" versus pausing to notice the tightening in your chest, the rush of defensiveness, and then responding with, "I see you wanted to talk earlier. What's going on?" The first response escalates. The second invites understanding. The only difference between the two is the space created by stillness. Stillness is also the ground where forgiveness takes root. When someone has hurt you, the impulse is often to speak or act from the wound. But in stillness, you can feel the wound without letting it lead. You can see the person in front of you, not only through the lens of the hurt they caused, but through the lens of the whole history you share, the reasons they may have acted as they did, and the choice you have about how to move forward. Stillness gives you the ability to forgive without forgetting, to heal without pretending it never happened. In the context of self-mastery, stillness is a practice, not an event. You will not always succeed in staying calm. There will be times you speak too quickly or let the emotion carry you further than you intended. But each time you notice, each time you pause even a little longer than before, you are strengthening the muscle of stillness. Over time, that strength becomes part of your natural way of relating, making your relationships deeper, safer, and more resilient. And perhaps the most surprising thing about stillness is that it can be felt even in the midst of movement. You can be speaking passionately, listening intently, even laughing fully, and still be anchored in an inner calm that keeps you connected to yourself. This is the kind of stillness that does not withdraw from life, but meets it fully with the stability of someone who knows they cannot be thrown off center by the winds of another's mood or the shifting of circumstances. It is the stillness that allows love to flourish because it creates the safety in which love can take risks, grow, and be real. Energy follows awareness. This is one of those truths that is so simple it can be easily overlooked, yet when understood deeply, it changes the way you live and the way you love. What you repeatedly place your awareness upon becomes the center of your emotional life, and from that center your energy radiates outward, shaping the tone of every interaction you have in relationships. This principle is not just important, it is decisive. It determines whether love feels like a constant struggle to fix what is wrong or a steady practice of deepening what is right. Awareness is the mind's spotlight. Whatever it rests on, the rest of the scene fades into the background. If your awareness is constantly drawn to what is missing, what your partner failed to do, or how you feel you are falling short, then the emotional energy in the relationship will follow that focus. The atmosphere will begin to carry the weight of dissatisfaction, even in moments where no immediate problem exists. If your awareness is habitually drawn to moments of connection, to the ways your partner shows care, to what is alive and healthy in the bond between you, then the energy you carry toward them will naturally be warmer, more open, and more inviting. This is not wishful thinking. Neuroscience shows that the brain filters reality through a process called selective attention. Out of the millions of pieces of sensory data available at any moment, the mind highlights only what it deems important. That decision is shaped by past experiences, beliefs, and emotional habits. If you have developed a habit of scanning for what is wrong, your brain will become highly skilled at finding it. In your partner's tone of voice, in their body language, in their smallest decisions. And because your attention is there, your emotional energy will be pulled there as well, reinforcing the very pattern that keeps the relationship tense. Physiology mirrors this mental habit. When you focus on perceived threats, your sympathetic nervous system activates. Your muscles tighten, your breathing shortens, your heart rate rises. In this state, your capacity for empathy and curiosity shrinks, and even neutral behaviors from your partner can feel loaded with hidden meaning. On the other hand, when you intentionally direct awareness toward feelings of connection, appreciation, or shared purpose, the parasympathetic system comes online, the body softens, breathing deepens, hormones like oxytocin and serotonin are released, fostering both physical well-being and emotional safety. Think of a simple example. Imagine two people having dinner together. One has been silently annoyed all day because their partner didn't notice the new haircut they got that morning. As they sit across from each other, their awareness is fixed on this perceived oversight. The conversation feels dull. Every glance from their partner seems distracted, and the meal feels disappointing. But if they shifted their awareness to the fact that their partner came home early just to make time for this dinner, or to the warmth in their eyes when they listen, the same evening would feel entirely different. The external circumstances haven't changed. What changed is the direction of awareness, and therefore the energy flowing between them. This principle extends to conflict. When couples argue, the most common pattern is for awareness to be pulled toward defending one's position and proving the other wrong. In that state, energy is mobilized for battle. Words are sharper, listening is shallow, and the focus is on rebuttal rather than understanding. But if one or both people can shift awareness toward the intention behind the other's words, or toward the shared desire for resolution, then the energy begins to support dialogue rather than escalation. This doesn't make disagreement disappear, but it changes the emotional climate in which it unfolds. There is a story of a woman named Clara who had been married for 12 years. Over time, she had developed a habit of silently cataloging her husband's flaws. He was forgetful with household tasks, not very verbal with affection, and often absorbed in his work. Her awareness had become a running inventory of these perceived shortcomings. Unsurprisingly, her energy toward him became critical and tense. One day, during a conversation with a close friend, she was challenged to try an experiment for 30 days. She would make a conscious effort to notice and record 3 moments each day where her husband showed care, however small. At first it felt artificial, even strained. But as the days passed, she began to see what had been invisible before. The way he always made her coffee in the morning, the fact that he checked the locks every night before bed, the way he reached for her hand in public without saying anything. Her awareness shifted, and with it, her energy softened. She found herself speaking more kindly, listening with more patience, and smiling more often. Her husband, without being told about the experiment, began to mirror this energy back to her. The relationship had not been overhauled by grand gestures, but by the quiet redirection of awareness. Energy follows awareness in subtler ways as well. A person who is constantly aware of their own insecurities will radiate an energy of guardedness. Even if they speak politely and behave kindly, something in their presence feels closed. This can cause others, including a partner, to feel like they are always at a distance. On the other hand, a person who is aware of their own strengths and the ways they contribute to the relationship will naturally exude an energy of confidence and openness. People are drawn toward this energy, not because of charm or performance, but because it feels safe and expansive. It's important to recognize that awareness is not the same as fantasy. Shifting your awareness toward the positive is not about pretending problems don't exist. It is about allowing the mind to see a more complete picture, one that includes both the challenges and the gifts. If your awareness is entirely on the challenges, your energy will be consumed with fixing and criticizing. If your awareness is entirely on the gifts, your energy may drift into complacency or denial. The skill is in holding both, so that your energy can be used wisely to nurture what is working and address what is not. This is where intentional practice comes in. Awareness can be trained just like a muscle. Meditation, journaling, and even simple pauses in conversation to notice your own state can strengthen the ability to direct awareness. For example, in the middle of a heated discussion, you might pause and ask yourself, what am I paying attention to right now? Am I looking for connection, or am I scanning for mistakes? That question alone can shift the focus and therefore the energy of the moment. In long-term relationships, this practice is especially valuable. Familiarity can make it easy to take each other for granted, and awareness drifts toward noticing what is missing rather than what is present. Couples who make a habit of intentionally recognizing each other's contributions, even in small ways, maintain a more positive and resilient energy over time. Studies on gratitude in relationships have shown that when one partner expresses appreciation regularly, both partners experience increased satisfaction and emotional closeness. This is not simply about words. It is about the awareness behind the words, which shapes the sincerity and energy of the exchange. In friendships, the same truth applies. If your awareness is locked on how a friend has disappointed you, the calls they didn't return, the events they missed, your energy toward them will naturally cool. But if you keep your awareness on the ways they have been there for you, the shared history, the moments of laughter, your energy will stay warmer, making it easier to maintain the bond, even through periods of distance. Energy following awareness is also a principle that applies to self relationship. The way you treat yourself is often the template for how you treat others. If your awareness is habitually drawn to your own perceived failures, your energy will be marked by self-criticism. This self-criticism can leak into your interactions, making you more judgmental toward others. If your awareness is balanced between recognizing your flaws and honoring your strengths, your energy will reflect both humility and self-respect, creating a more stable and attractive presence in all relationships. There is an old teaching that says, the gaze shapes the thing it sees. In relationships, your gaze, your awareness, shapes not only how you perceive your partner, but how they respond to you. People rise or shrink in the presence of different energies. When you look at someone as if they are a constant source of disappointment, they will either withdraw or become defensive. When you look at someone with genuine appreciation, they are more likely to offer their best self. This is not manipulation. It is the natural reciprocity of human connection. The direction of your awareness also influences the stories you tell yourself about your relationships. If you notice only the difficult moments, your source story will be one of struggle and scarcity. If you notice the supportive and joyful moments as well, your story becomes one of resilience and connection. And because we live inside our stories, the energy we bring to each day is profoundly affected by the story our awareness has built. Energy following awareness is not a mystical idea reserved for moments of deep meditation. It is present in every look you give, every word you speak, every silence you share. It is there when you walk into a room and decide whether to notice the warmth or the flaws. It is there when you wake up next to someone and decide whether to notice the comfort of their presence or the irritation of their habits. Your relationships are being shaped by this principle every single day, whether you are aware of it or not. The journey towards self-mastery is not about becoming someone new, but about returning to the depth of who you already are. It is about learning to meet yourself in stillness, to recognize the patterns that cloud your vision, and to choose awareness over impulse. When you realize that you are already enough, you stop moving through life as if you are a problem to be solved. You begin to see that the strength you seek in relationships, the peace you long for in your mind, and the sense of purpose you hope to find are not somewhere outside of you. They are cultivated in the quiet, steady practice of knowing and honoring yourself. In relationships, this inner work becomes a gift you offer to others. Your emotional steadiness creates safety. Your clarity invites honesty. Your ability to pause before reacting transforms conflict into connection. And when you live from the understanding that you are whole as you are, you no longer approach others from a place of lack, but from a place of fullness. From here, love is not a transaction, but a natural overflow. Respect is not demanded, but inspired. And connection is not built on fear of losing someone, but on the freedom to grow together. Life will still bring challenges, misunderstandings, and moments of pain. But when your foundation is steady, you can meet them without losing yourself. You can listen without defensiveness, speak without aggression, and act without regret. You become a mirror in which others can see their own strength more clearly. You create relationships that are rooted in truth rather than illusion, in acceptance rather than expectation. The work is never finished, but it becomes less about striving and more about deepening, less about proving and more about being. In this way, every moment even the difficult ones, becomes an opportunity to practice presence, to cultivate compassion, and to live in alignment with the quiet, knowing that you are, and always have been, enough. Sometimes, the loudest transformation is the one no one hears, except the angels. There is a kind of woman who doesn't force her way through the world. She doesn't manipulate outcomes or beg for attention. Yet somehow, life opens for her. People are drawn to her presence, not because she performs, but because she is aligned. She is not always the loudest in the room, but she is the most rooted. And what surrounds her is not just admiration, it is protection. It is presence. It is what many of us forget to notice in our fast, moving lives, divine support born from deep stillness. In Eastern philosophy, it is taught that the quiet heart becomes the dwelling place of heavenly forces. And modern neuroscience agrees. When the nervous system is regulated, when the brain enters coherence, we enter a state where insight, intuition, and clarity arrive. It is not fantasy, it is physiology. It is not magic, it is maturity. And that woman you see walking with grace through adversity, holding dignity in her silence, she is not alone. She is surrounded, not by crowds, but by calm, not by applause, but by angels. A woman who learns to align herself with silence becomes a force that the world cannot ignore. In a culture that praises constant activity, visible success, and loud affirmation, the woman who chooses quiet strength seems almost invisible at first. Yet those who observe closely begin to sense something different about her. Not because she is doing more, but because she is doing less, and doing it with presence, with intention, with inner alignment. Silence is often misunderstood. People assume it is the absence of sound, the lack of expression, or a sign of weakness. But silence, when practiced with awareness, becomes a kind of power that transcends language. It becomes a living vibration, a state of coherence, an energy field that cannot be touched, yet deeply felt. For the woman surrounded by this kind of stillness, the silence is not empty. It is full of guidance. It is full of truth. And in that truth, she begins to realize she is never alone. Consider a woman sitting by herself in a crowded place, a train station, a cafe, or a room full of people talking. She says nothing, but her posture is composed, her face relaxed, her breath calm. You can feel that she is not trying to be noticed, but somehow you notice her, not because of what she wears or says, but because of the peace that seems to ripple outward from her presence. That peace is not accidental. It is earned. It is cultivated. It is the result of choices she has made, quiet internal decisions to no longer be at war with herself. From a neuroscience perspective, the human brain is constantly scanning the environment for safety or threat. This function, known as neuroception, explains why some people make us feel anxious and others make us feel calm, even without a single word being exchanged. The woman who is aligned in silence has regulated her nervous system. Her breath no longer races. Her thoughts no longer spiral. She has built a sanctuary within herself, and the brain of everyone around her can sense it. This is why silence attracts angels, because it represents order, clarity, and truth. And this truth is not rigid, it is alive. It flows like water around resistance. It doesn't fight the world, it understands the world, and more importantly, it understands itself. In relationships, especially intimate ones, this form of silent alignment is one of the most powerful tools a woman can carry. Because relationships are not built only through words. They are built through energy, through rhythm, through emotional signals that are often unspoken. When a woman is silent, not from suppression, but from intention, she begins to hear the subtle movements in her relationship. She hears what is not being said. She observes the patterns. She recognizes the difference between love and attachment, between connection and control. There is a story of a woman named Lena. She had been in a relationship for several years with a man who loved her, but whose love was often chaotic. He would speak passionately one moment and withdraw the next. Lena, like many, thought her job was to keep the connection alive, to fix things, to explain herself, to fight for the relationship. But the more she did, the more exhausted she became, until one day she stopped speaking. Not in bitterness, not in silence as a weapon, but in silence as a surrender. She stopped trying to control the rhythm of the relationship and instead began listening to the rhythm of herself. She started waking up earlier, sitting with her tea, without checking her phone. She started writing in her journal before responding to emotional messages. She started observing rather than reacting, and slowly something shifted. The man she was with began to feel her presence more deeply than ever before, because she was no longer trying to be heard. She was simply being. The relationship either had to meet her in that space of quiet truth or fall away. And over time, it did fall away. Not because she stopped loving him, but because she stopped abandoning herself. In that silence, Lena didn't lose anything. She gained everything: clarity, freedom, a sense of herself that no longer depended on another person's opinion or attention. And as she rebuilt her life with this centered energy, she noticed something else. New connections entered her life. People who were aligned with her values, friends who didn't drain her, opportunities that matched her quiet discipline. And yes, love, but this time it felt peaceful. Not because it was perfect, but because she no longer needed to force it. This kind of silence, the silence of inner alignment, becomes magnetic. It becomes protection. It becomes clarity. And in the language of the unseen, this clarity draws invisible support. Whether you call it divine guidance, intuition, angels, or simply grace, something begins to move around you when you begin to move inward. Eastern traditions often speak of the concept of wei, the art of non-forcing. It is not passivity, but effortless action. It is the understanding that right timing, right presence, and right energy often do more than aggressive effort ever could. The woman who understands this principle lives in alignment with the flow of life. She does not beg. She does not chase. She aligns. And what is aligned with her will come. Western psychology mirrors this wisdom. The theory of self-determination, for example, explains that people flourish when they live from intrinsic motivation, when their actions are driven by internal values rather than external approval. The woman who practices silent alignment is living from her core, not her ego. And in doing so, she becomes trustworthy. Others may not always agree with her, but they feel her clarity. They sense that she is not pretending, and this authenticity becomes her greatest form of influence. There is another woman, an older woman named Farida, who lived alone for many years after raising her children and losing her husband. To the outside world, her life seemed quiet, unremarkable. But those who met her often left with a strange sense of calm. She spoke softly, but when she did speak, her words were deliberate. She had no time for gossip, for complaints, or for superficial drama. Instead, she moved slowly through life, watering her plants with reverence, making tea with patience, praying without performance. She laughed often, but never too loud. Her presence was her power. Young women in the community often came to her, not because she offered solutions, but because being near her reminded them of something they had forgotten, the power of being centered. They would ask her for advice, and she would often respond with a question. "What does your breath tell you?" she would ask. Or, "What are you carrying that isn't yours?" She lived by one principle: what is in harmony will remain. What is not will dissolve. And so she never forced anyone to stay in her life. She didn't argue to prove her point. She listened more than she spoke. And yet, those who met her never forgot her, because the peace she carried was not from the world. It was from within. This is what it means to be surrounded by angels. It is not necessarily a mystical experience. It is the result of living in such a way that you invite clarity, purity, and stillness into your daily life. The angels are metaphors for forces that protect you, your wisdom, your intuition, your alignment with truth. And yes, perhaps even something more, but they do not come to the loud and scattered. They come to the woman who has emptied herself of noise. That woman may still feel pain. She may still feel loss. She may still cry at night, but she no longer feels lost, because she has found a deeper home, a home that cannot be taken by disappointment, betrayal, or confusion. Her silence is no longer a prison. It is a sanctuary. People often misunderstand her. Some may think she is too serious. Others may say she is too distant. But what they cannot deny is the presence she brings. A grounded, serene, unwavering energy that offers stability in a world that spins too fast. And in time, they begin to respect her, not because she demands it, but because she embodies it. And that respect doesn't just come from others. It comes from life itself. Life begins to open where she once struggled. The right people arrive. The wrong ones leave without conflict. Doors open, not all at once, but quietly, like the morning sun touching the earth after a long night. She has become a magnet for alignment, not because she chased it, but because she became it. In practical terms, cultivating this kind of silent alignment means making small daily choices that anchor you in your own truth. It means waking up and choosing mindfulness over distraction. It means learning to respond rather than react. It means observing your thoughts before they become your words. It means protecting your peace as if it was sacred. Because it is. You don't need everyone to understand you. You don't need everyone to agree with you. What you need is to be congruent with yourself. And when you are, you will begin to feel the presence of something greater moving with you. It might not make sense to others. It might not even make sense to you at times, but you will feel the protection, the clarity, and the strength that come when your soul stops chasing and starts aligning. You will walk differently, speak differently, love differently, not because you're trying to impress, but because you're no longer trying to survive. You are living fully, quietly, powerfully, and in that quiet power, you will find yourself surrounded, not by crowds, not by noise, but by a stillness so complete it begins to echo in everything you touch. And in that echo, there is guidance. In that silence, there is love, not always loud, but always true. There is a silent language spoken long before words are ever formed. It is felt in glances, in gestures, in the pauses between sentences. It is the language of energy, and a woman who begins to understand this language realizes something profound. Her emotional field speaks louder than her voice ever could. Her energy precedes her presence. It walks into rooms before she does. It lingers long after she has gone. This understanding is not just spiritual, it is biological. The human brain is wired to detect emotion through microsignals, tone of voice, facial tension, and posture. Even a newborn baby, without a single word, can feel the emotional tone of its caregiver. It's why we instinctively step back from someone whose energy feels hostile, even if their words are polite. It's why we lean toward those who feel open, calm, and genuine, even if they speak very little. Energy does not lie, and the woman who begins to take responsibility for her emotional energy stops trying to control the external. She knows that how she feels, her inner landscape, will eventually shape the landscape around her. When she walks into a space carrying anxiety, unresolved pain, or emotional chaos, it will ripple outward. And when she walks into that same space carrying clarity, forgiveness, and stillness, something shifts. People soften, tensions drop, and hearts open without knowing why. One of the most powerful things a woman can do is become aware of what she is radiating, not just what she is saying. Emotional energy is a signal, and like any signal, it either attracts or repels. If a woman is constantly carrying fear of abandonment, it won't matter how many affirmations she repeats or how much she wants love. That fear will color every interaction, subtly at first, then more obviously. She might cling, over-explain, or read too deeply into silence. She might expect rejection and unconsciously create situations that confirm it. It's not because she is broken, it's because her emotional frequency is tuned to fear. But when a woman starts doing the inner work to clear that frequency, to release what is not hers, to stop carrying guilt that doesn't belong to her, to stop defining herself through wounds that haven't been healed, her energy changes. She no longer enters relationships needing proof that she is lovable. She already knows she is. And that knowing becomes magnetic. There was once a woman named Clara who had spent most of her life in relationships that were imbalanced. She was always giving, always available, always pouring herself into others. And yet, she kept ending up with partners who withdrew emotionally, who didn't reciprocate her efforts, or who took her for granted. She began to believe that maybe she wasn't enough, that maybe love just wasn't meant for her, until one day, after a particularly painful breakup, she stopped asking why others couldn't love her and began asking a different question. What is it in me that keeps choosing this pattern? Clara didn't run to fix it. She didn't jump into the next relationship. She sat in her discomfort. She started meditating, not to escape, but to observe. She began to notice that she often felt anxious when someone didn't reply immediately, that her body would tense when she sensed emotional distance, that she would overcompensate by being extra nice, just to avoid being rejected. She realized that she wasn't showing up in relationships as her full self. She was showing up as someone hoping to be accepted. So Clara changed her focus. Instead of trying to be chosen, she chose herself. She stopped responding immediately to emotional triggers and started breathing through them. She started asking herself, is this anxiety mine, or is it an old wound speaking? And with time, her energy began to shift. She stopped needing people to prove their love because she had already validated her own worth. When she eventually entered a new relationship, it was not with desperation, it was with presence. And her partner, unlike the ones before, responded differently. He felt her groundedness. He felt that she didn't need him to fix anything in her. And because she wasn't seeking to be saved, she attracted someone who came to build, not rescue. That's what happens when a woman's emotional field becomes clear. She no longer attracts through pain. She attracts through peace. Energy is subtle, but it's not mysterious. It's built from habit, from daily practices, from moment-by-moment decisions. When you hold resentment, it settles into your posture. When you live in fear, it shows up in your tone. When you doubt yourself, it echoes in your words. But the reverse is also true. When you choose integrity, your presence becomes trustworthy. When you cultivate self-respect, your energy commands healthy boundaries. When you align with honesty, even your silence becomes powerful. In relationships, especially romantic ones, this emotional field becomes the foundation. Words may start the connection, but energy maintains it. People can only connect with what you reveal emotionally. And if your emotional field is guarded, anxious, or reactive, even if you are physically present, you will feel emotionally distant. There's a quote that says, "You attract what you are, not what you want." This doesn't mean you must be perfect to receive love. It means that your emotional reality shapes what feels familiar to you. If chaos feels normal, you may unconsciously feel bored in peace. If validation feels like survival, you may confuse attention with intimacy. But when you begin to elevate your emotional energy, you begin to normalize peace. You begin to feel safe in slowness, in presence, in honesty. This emotional maturity requires discipline. Not the discipline of suppression, but the discipline of awareness. It means catching yourself before projecting your pain. It means recognizing that not every emotion is an instruction. Sometimes you feel abandoned, not because the other person left, but because you are touching an old scar. Sometimes you feel disrespected, not because someone insulted you, but because you haven't fully honored yourself. There's a woman named Merel who once said, "I used to think healing meant becoming soft, but it made me fierce. Not because I became louder, but because I became clearer." Clarity is not about certainty. It's about alignment, and emotional energy becomes clear when it is aligned with truth. That truth may be painful, but it frees you. It may be uncomfortable, but it protects you. And from that space, your presence becomes different. People often sense your energy before they understand your words. They feel your self-trust in the way you hold eye contact. They feel your peace in the way you speak without rushing. They feel your groundedness when you say no without guilt. And those who are not ready for that kind of presence may pull away. But those who are aligned will feel drawn, not to your beauty, not to your charm, but to your essence. This is why cultivating your emotional energy is one of the most powerful forms of relationship preparation, because it sets the tone. It creates safety, not just for others, but for yourself. You no longer live in emotional reactivity. You begin to respond, not from wounds, but from wisdom. And that wisdom changes everything. It changes how you speak, less impulsively, more intentionally. It changes how you listen, not to react, but to understand. It changes how you love, not to possess, but to witness. And slowly, your emotional energy becomes a healing field, not just for yourself, but for others. You begin to notice that people open up around you, not because you ask the right questions, but because your presence feels safe. You begin to attract honesty, not because you demand it, but because you embody it. You begin to experience connection, not based on performance, but based on resonance. And resonance is key. Two instruments tuned to the same frequency will vibrate together even when only one is played. This is resonance, and the same is true in human relationships. When your emotional field is aligned, you begin to resonate with others who share that alignment. You no longer chase connection, you become connection. In ancient traditions, it was believed that certain people carried such purity of heart that the unseen would gather near them. Their energy was so clear, their intentions so aligned that they became channels for divine presence. Whether or not you believe in the mystical, the metaphor remains powerful. The cleaner your emotional energy, the more deeply supported you feel, not just by people, but by life itself. Your life begins to mirror your frequency. Chaos will no longer feel like home. You will find peace not in retreating from the world, but in participating with intention. You will stop seeking to be seen and begin choosing to be felt. Because when your emotional energy speaks, before you do, what it says determines everything that follows. A woman's life changes the moment she realizes that discipline is not punishment. It is permission. Permission to create space. Permission to invite clarity. Permission to summon what is sacred and remove what is not. And in this way, discipline is not a cold command. It becomes a divine invitation. Because the presence of order within her life sends a signal not only to the physical world, but to the unseen. Angels do not dwell in chaos. They gather where harmony is nurtured. They surround those who walk in quiet alignment with their inner and outer life matching. When a woman wakes each day without intention, her life is left vulnerable to the noise and demands of everything outside herself. But when she wakes with a centered heart, with habits rooted in purpose, her life begins to form a rhythm, a sacred architecture that protects her energy and invites wisdom. And in that structure, in that discipline, she begins to feel the unseen support that always existed but was previously hidden beneath distraction. Many people view discipline as something masculine, aggressive, or forceful. But true discipline is not harsh, it is compassionate. It is the loving structure you build to keep yourself aligned with what matters most. Think of a river. Without its banks, it becomes a flood. With boundaries, with shape, it becomes a force that gives life. In the same way, a woman's energy becomes powerful not when it flows freely in all directions, but when it is focused, directed, and held in integrity. In relationships, this kind of inner discipline becomes the silent force that shapes respect, desire, and connection. A woman who does not have order in her own life will depend on others to provide it. She may expect her partner to be the ground beneath her feet because she has not yet built it within herself. But a woman who lives in order, who has rituals that restore her, who honors her own time, body, and space, she does not lean to survive. She leans to share. She gives from fullness, not from lack. There's a woman named Lena who spent most of her 20s in a whirlwind of romance and emotional highs and lows. She was passionate, deeply loving, and intuitive, but her life was disorganized. She would sleep at odd hours, forget appointments, jump from one emotional state to another, and often let her partner's mood dictate her own. She mistook spontaneity for freedom and avoided structure because it felt like control. But over time, she began to feel a quiet exhaustion. Her relationships lacked stability. Her sense of self wavered. And though she gave love freely, it was rarely returned with the depth she desired. One morning, after yet another emotional night of confusion and unmet expectations, Lena sat in her room, tired not just in her body, but in her soul. She looked around and noticed the clutter, not just physical, but mental. Her phone was filled with unanswered messages. Her to-do list had turned into a source of anxiety. Her mind raced with thoughts that led nowhere, and for the first time, she admitted to herself the love she wanted to receive from others was the love she had not yet given to herself in structure and care. From that day, she didn't make grand declarations. She made small, disciplined choices. She began waking at the same time each day, not out of rigidity, but out of reverence for the morning silence. She started writing her thoughts each evening, not to analyze, but to listen to herself. She deleted the numbers of people who only reached out when it was convenient. She began to eat with intention, speak with more awareness, and protect her alone time like sacred ground. And what happened was not dramatic, but it was profound. Over time, Lena began to feel more rooted. She stopped seeking approval. She didn't need to be constantly reassured. When a man entered her life who lacked direction, she could feel it immediately, not as judgment, but as clarity. She no longer tried to fix him or adapt to his inconsistencies. She simply continued her rhythm, and if he aligned, he stayed. If not, he left. Either way, she remained in peace. This is the quiet strength of discipline. It clears the space for truth to enter. It says to the world, I am not waiting for someone to save me. I have already begun building a life I respect. From the outside, such discipline may seem small. A woman folding her clothes carefully, lighting a candle before meditation, saying no to an invitation that would drain her. But these actions are declarations. Each one sends a signal to the unseen. I am ready to receive only what matches my inner harmony. In many ancient traditions, the home was considered a sacred temple, and the care with which it was maintained reflected the care within the soul. The woman who maintains her inner and outer space with respect is creating a vibration that does not need to be announced. It is felt. The way she prepares her meals, the way she walks into a room, the way she guards her attention. These are not chores. They are rituals of power. Modern psychology has long recognized the impact of habits on emotional well-being. Small daily rituals help regulate the nervous system, reduce anxiety, and increase a sense of control. A woman who implements consistent structure, waking rituals, reflective practices, nourishing routines, builds not only discipline but emotional resilience. She is less likely to react impulsively. She is more grounded in her choices, and in relationships, this makes her magnetic. Not because she plays games, but because her self-respect is evident. Men, too, sense this difference. A woman who disciplines herself emotionally does not chase, does not cling, does not collapse when ignored. She feels the loss, but she does not lose herself. She grieves with dignity. She walks away with clarity. She communicates with intention, not desperation. And this level of inner stability challenges others to rise or to fall away. There was a story once told of a woman who lived in a small village, known not for her beauty, wealth, or status, but for the peace that surrounded her. Every day at dawn, she would walk to the river with a small clay pot and fill it with water for her family. She took her time. She walked slowly, greeting the morning sun, barefoot on the grass. The children in the village watched her in awe. Not because she was doing anything spectacular, but because everything she did had rhythm, grace, and care. One day, a visitor to the village asked, "Why do people speak of her as if she was surrounded by angels?" An elder replied, "Because she lives in such a way that even the invisible wishes to dwell near her." This is what discipline creates. A field so ordered, so intentional, that the chaos of the world cannot find a place to live there. It creates a kind of spiritual hygiene. Just as we bathe the body to remove dirt, we discipline the mind to remove confusion. We discipline the heart to remove bitterness. We discipline our time to remove distractions. And in that cleansing, in that quiet structure, we make space, not just for peace, but for presence. When a woman builds this kind of life, she no longer fears solitude. She embraces it. She no longer fears rejection. She respects it because her validation is not built on others staying. It is built on her own staying power, her ability to remain true to herself even when others misunderstand her. This kind of woman does not need to argue her worth. She does not convince. She does not compete. She aligns. And alignment is not loud. It is consistent. She continues her rituals even when no one is watching. She honors her time even when it's inconvenient. She chooses quality over quantity in every area: her food, her friendships, her conversations. And in relationships, she becomes the kind of partner that doesn't just love deeply. She loves wisely. She doesn't wait to be chosen. She chooses, and not based on appearance or charm, but based on character, consistency, and shared values. Her heart is open, but her standards are clear. This is the woman who is no longer at war with herself. Her past may not be perfect. Her journey may be filled with detours, but she has arrived at a place where her inner world and outer life no longer contradict each other. She is not pretending. She is not performing. She is living, and in that living, something extraordinary happens. Life begins to mirror her discipline. Opportunities align. Connections deepen. Confusion fades, and while others may chase miracles, she becomes one. Simply by the way she moves through the world with grounded grace. It is not the size of her actions, but the sincerity of them. It is not the speed of her journey, but the stillness with which she takes each step. And the world notices. The right people notice. Life itself notices. Because the universe does not respond to chaos. It responds to clarity. And clarity is born through discipline. Not rigid, not harsh, but sacred, loving. A devotion to order that opens a path, not just for personal success, but for spiritual alignment, emotional peace, and relational truth. There is a quiet form of strength in a woman who no longer needs to explain herself. A woman who has realized that her love is not a currency to be bartered for bare minimum attention. She no longer performs emotional acrobatics just to be seen, to be heard, or to be held. This woman has understood one of the most liberating truths in relationships. When love must constantly be proven to someone who keeps shifting the goalpost, it's not love, it's negotiation. And love, in its truest form, doesn't require proof. It recognizes presence. It's one thing to desire intimacy and companionship, but it's another to lose your voice, trying to earn a seat at a table that demands silence as the price of admission. Women are not born to shrink themselves into roles that were never written for them. And yet, many do. For years, for decades. They twist and fold their personalities into boxes, hoping that by becoming what he wants, they will be loved. But in doing so, they slowly vanish from the relationship and often from themselves. A woman in love can be patient. Remarkably so. She can wait while he finds himself. She can wait while he figures it out. And she can even wait while he breaks her heart piece by piece in the name of confusion or trauma. But there comes a moment when the soul tires. Not dramatically, not angrily, but silently. A quiet breaking that doesn't announce its arrival. A shift in her spirit when she realizes she deserves more than half-hearted promises and emotionally stingy gestures. This kind of realization is often born not from confrontation, but from observation. She watches, she listens, she pays attention to the words he says and how rarely they align with his actions. She notices the gap between how he shows up when he wants something and how absent he becomes when she needs something. And in that gap, a new awareness is born, not of who he is, but of who she has become in trying to keep him. Imagine a woman who has always been the nurturer, the fixer, the forgiver, the one who sends the good morning texts, who checks if he's eaten, who keeps the connection alive, even when it's draining her. She does it because she believes in love, in commitment, in the potential she sees in him. But one morning, she looks in the mirror and doesn't recognize the reflection. Her eyes are tired. Her smile is polite but hollow. Her joy, once abundant, now flickers like a dying candle. And in that moment she asks herself, when did I stop living for myself? That question is the beginning of her return. It's not a rebellion, it's not a threat, it's a reawakening. The journey from self-abandonment to self-recognition is not loud. It's not a sudden declaration of independence. It's subtle. It's the pause before replying to his text. It's the decision to stop explaining why she's upset because she realizes he already knows. He just doesn't care enough to change. It's in choosing silence over begging and distance over desperation. You see, love cannot be begged for. Affection cannot be negotiated. Respect cannot be extracted from someone who sees your value only when you walk away. A woman who keeps returning to emotional breadcrumbs eventually realizes she's starving in a relationship where she was meant to thrive. She starts to pull her energy back, not to manipulate, not to provoke, but to preserve. Because once a woman understands that she is not responsible for another adult's emotional maturity, something powerful shifts. She stops over-explaining. She stops accepting apologies that are followed by repeated patterns. She stops filling the silence with hope and starts filling her life with peace. This is not coldness. This is clarity. And clarity is what fuels her transformation. She no longer entertains potential. She aligns with presence. She no longer invests in fantasies. She builds with reality. Her boundaries stop being theoretical and become embodied. She no longer says, "I deserve better." She becomes the kind of woman who attracts better by refusing anything less. Real love isn't about staying through torment to prove loyalty. It's not about enduring pain in the name of patience. It's about being seen, held, chosen consistently. Not perfectly, but honestly. Let's talk about consistency for a moment. Consistency is not about grand romantic gestures on anniversaries. It's not about sporadic moments of charm followed by weeks of emotional neglect. Consistency is in the daily effort. It's in checking in. It's in remembering small things that matter to her. It's in making her feel emotionally safe, not occasionally, but always. Many women fall in love with men who are intense but inconsistent. These men know how to spark desire, but don't know how to sustain commitment. They say the right things, but they never do the hard things. They disappear when emotions get deep and return when they sense you're moving on. These men aren't offering love. They're offering confusion wrapped in charm. But a woman who has done the work on herself can see through that. She no longer confuses intensity with intimacy. She no longer finds chaos exciting. She no longer entertains people who are emotionally allergic to accountability. She understands now that the right person won't trigger her survival instincts. He will bring peace, not perform emotional gymnastics. One woman shared her story of how she gave everything to a man who only loved her when she was easy to love. The moment she had needs, emotions, or expectations, he labeled her too much. So she made herself smaller. She cried less, asked for less. She even convinced herself that being low maintenance made her more lovable. Until one day, she realized she had become invisible in a relationship that was supposed to be mutual. The day she stopped chasing him was not the day she stopped loving him. It was the day she started loving herself more. It wasn't anger that made her walk away. It was exhaustion. She was tired of explaining, tired of waiting, tired of proving. She realized she wasn't asking for too much. She was just asking the wrong person. This kind of woman isn't bitter. She's just better now. Better at recognizing her worth. Better at walking away when actions don't match words. Better at loving without losing herself in the process. And that's what shifts the dynamic entirely. When a woman no longer fears being alone, she becomes powerful beyond measure. She no longer tolerates half, loves, or emotional crumbs. She no longer gives access to her sacred space to people who don't bring reverence and consistency. Some men only love women who doubt themselves, because a woman unsure of her worth is easier to manipulate. But the moment she steps into her clarity, into her confidence, he becomes uncomfortable. Not because she changed, but because she remembered who she was before she made him her world. This remembering is sacred. It is not about arrogance. It is not about revenge. It is about reclamation, reclaiming her voice, her boundaries, her joy, her peace. There's a quote that says, "She remembered who she was and the game changed." And indeed, it does. Because the woman who remembers her worth no longer begs for what she deserves. She embodies it. In one quiet story, a woman named Elena had been in a relationship for 7 years. She had sacrificed her career goals, her friendships, even parts of her identity to be who he needed. But when he left, she realized she had no idea who she was anymore. At first, she grieved deeply, but then, slowly, she started doing things she loved: painting, traveling, journaling, dancing in her kitchen. And with every step, she remembered parts of herself she had abandoned. Years later, she didn't look back at the breakup with anger. She looked back with gratitude, because it was the catalyst that forced her to return to herself. Not every relationship is meant to last forever, but every relationship teaches. The ones that break you open often rebuild you stronger, wiser, more whole. Women who rise after heartbreak don't just rise, they transform. They no longer let emotional neglect masquerade as mystery. They no longer stay silent to keep the peace, because they understand that any peace that silences their truth is not real peace. They no longer entertain relationships that drain them. They become women who are full of life and only accept partners who come with full cups, not empty hands. In the end, the most powerful shift is when a woman stops asking, "Why won't he choose me?" and starts declaring, "I choose myself." Because self-love is not a trend, it's a lifeline, and the woman who returns to herself becomes a force of nature, not to be feared, but to be honored. In the world we inhabit, few forces are as quietly transformative as the presence of a woman who has mastered her own energy. She does not impose. She does not chase attention. She does not seek to overpower. And yet, when she enters a space, something changes. You may not be able to name it immediately. You may not even notice it consciously. But suddenly, people breathe deeper. Conflict softens. Tension disperses. Conversations become more authentic. It's as if the room remembers what it means to feel safe. This is not magic. It is not illusion. It is the lived reality of emotional regulation, one of the most overlooked but powerful aspects of human relationships. Neuroscience now confirms what wisdom traditions have always taught: the energy we carry affects the nervous systems of those around us. When we speak of energy, we are not referring to something mystical or vague. We are referring to presence, tone, intention, the silent language of the body, and the resonance of the heart. A woman who is surrounded by angels does not need to speak loudly to be heard. Her energy speaks first. Her emotional state becomes an anchor, just like the steady rhythm of a heartbeat regulates a child resting against their mother's chest. The emotional steadiness of a woman can calm even the most chaotic emotional environments if she has learned to master her own nervous system. One might think this type of inner grace is something people are simply born with, but it is cultivated. It requires choosing not to react when provoked. It requires holding yourself when no one else does. It requires learning how to return to center again and again, no matter how many times the world tries to pull you off balance. In relationships, this ability becomes a gift beyond words. The man who feels safe to be vulnerable. The child who learns emotional vocabulary through observation. The friend who trusts enough to unravel their fears. These are not outcomes of chance. They are the quiet results of consistent emotional regulation. There's a story of a woman named Amira. She worked in a high-pressure environment as a trauma nurse. The job exposed her to intensity every single day. Blood, fear, grief, urgency. Yet, her colleagues often said there was something different about her. When she's on shift, one said, the whole unit breathes easier. Another said, even the patients seem to suffer less when she's near. What they didn't see was what Amira practiced behind closed doors. Daily meditation, breathwork, journaling to process emotional residue, choosing not to carry other people's pain home with her. She guarded her energy not selfishly, but as a sacred responsibility. Her presence regulated the energy of others because she first learned how to regulate her own. Psychologists often use the term co-regulation to describe the unconscious synchronizing of emotional states between individuals. This is especially evident in parent-child relationships, but it happens in all close relationships. When one person in a room is calm and centered, it becomes easier for others to match that state. When someone is anxious or reactive, others may absorb that energy and reflect it back. A woman surrounded by angels understands this mechanism. She does not just focus on what she says. She focuses on the energy with which she says it. She knows that her silence can heal or harm. She knows that a look, a breath, a sigh can speak louder than words. This doesn't mean she never gets upset. Emotional regulation is not emotional suppression. It is not about pretending to be composed while suppressing rage or sorrow underneath. True regulation begins with awareness. She feels her emotions fully, but she does not allow them to hijack her decisions. She becomes the observer, the student of her own mind. When sadness arises, she sits with it like an old friend rather than push it away. When anger flares, she listens for the lesson underneath it. When joy arises, she allows it to fill the space without guilt or fear of losing it. She does not cling and she does not resist. She allows herself to flow. Have you ever been in the presence of someone who made you feel anxious without saying a word? Or someone whose calm made you feel instantly more grounded? This is the unseen world of emotional transmission. This is what we are speaking of when we say that some people regulate energy. A woman who understands her influence in this way begins to live more consciously. She notices when her tone becomes sharp. She notices when her body tightens in defense. She catches the moment when her mind drifts toward assumptions. And because she notices, she has the power to redirect. She replaces sharpness with clarity, tension with breath, assumption with curiosity. And here is where it becomes relationally profound. People trust her not because she always agrees with them, but because they feel emotionally safe in her presence. They know she won't explode without warning. They know she will not use silence as punishment or words as weapons. They know that if conflict arises, she will seek truth, not victory. That kind of presence builds trust faster than charm, words, or beauty ever could. In one of the oldest texts from the East, there is a phrase, "The wise woman is like water. She flows where needed, nourishes what is dry, and yields without weakness." This is emotional regulation. It is fluidity, not rigidity. It is the ability to remain connected to one's own center while still being deeply responsive to the needs and energies of others. This is not something society teaches women directly. In fact, society often rewards emotional volatility as passion or punishes sensitivity as weakness. But in truth, emotional mastery is strength beyond measure. A woman who understands this moves differently. She doesn't chase emotional highs. She doesn't panic during emotional lows. She watches. She listens. She moves from groundedness. The impact this has on romantic relationships is particularly powerful. Many men raised in environments that discouraged emotional expression carry unresolved emotional burdens. When they find a partner who does not judge their silence, who listens without rushing to fix, who holds space without fear, they begin to open. It's not therapy, it's trust. And trust, when built upon emotional safety, becomes the foundation of deep love. This woman doesn't force vulnerability. She creates the atmosphere where it becomes natural. There's a couple I once knew, married for over 3 decades. Their secret wasn't compatibility, though they differed in many ways. It wasn't even shared interests. What kept them bound together was the way the woman had cultivated emotional steadiness over the years. In times of financial hardship, she remained calm, offering solutions instead of blame. In moments of disagreement, she sought understanding instead of control. Her presence was a mirror, reflecting not just who her husband was, but who he had the potential to become. And because he felt seen, he chose her again and again. This doesn't mean she tolerated disrespect. Emotional regulation does not mean emotional self-sacrifice. In fact, it requires healthy boundaries. When a woman regulates energy, she becomes acutely aware of when her boundaries are being crossed. not from anger, but from clarity. And when she sets limits, they are not ultimatums, they are invitations for others to rise to her level. She does not yell to prove a point. She walks away to protect her peace. She does not try to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding her. She simply continues to walk in alignment with her values. Over time, this teaches others how to treat her. There is a Japanese phrase, shikataganai. It means, it cannot be helped. A woman who has cultivated emotional regulation knows when to act and when to release. She does not waste her energy trying to control what is beyond her. She focuses instead on the one place she always has power, herself. In parenting, this energy becomes a child's blueprint for emotional intelligence. Children do not learn how to process their emotions from instruction. They learn from observation. A daughter watches how her mother breathes through stress, how she responds to irritation, how she handles disappointment. A son learns not just what is acceptable in women, but what is admirable. And that understanding will shape how he treats women for the rest of his life. This woman is not perfect, but she is intentional. She reflects, she adjusts, she learns, and slowly she becomes the kind of woman who, when people describe her, they say, "When she is around, I feel more like myself." Such a woman may go unnoticed in crowds. Her power is quiet. It doesn't scream. But in a world addicted to noise, her silence becomes revolutionary. In a culture that prizes reaction, her restraint becomes wisdom. In relationships that are so often dominated by fear or control, her presence becomes an act of healing. And what does it take to become this kind of woman? It takes solitude, not loneliness, solitude. Time spent alone not to escape the world, but to understand your place in it. It takes self-honesty, the willingness to confront the patterns you carry, the wounds you've avoided, the tendencies you justify. It takes breath, deep, conscious breath, because the nervous system responds more to breath than to words. It takes choosing peace over being right. It takes forgiving, not because others deserve it, but because you deserve peace. It takes watching how your body feels when you're around certain people and trusting that feeling instead of dismissing it. It takes daily practices, not dramatic changes, but small, consistent rituals that bring you back to center. Drinking water with intention, walking without distraction, journaling what you feel instead of suppressing it. It takes surrender, not as giving up, but as giving in to the flow of life, trusting that when you tend to your inner state, your outer life cannot help but reflect it. There is no shortcut, there is no fast track, but there is a path. And every time a woman chooses to walk that path, not loudly, not for applause, but quietly, in integrity, she becomes the kind of presence that stabilizes the world around her, not by force, not by persuasion, but by example. There is a kind of power in stillness, a power that isn't silent because it is weak, but because it is deeply anchored. A woman who has learned to choose presence over performance offers something rarely a sacred pause in a world that never stops demanding more. She doesn't enter with noise, she enters with a quiet invitation. Presence is not the absence of action, it is the fullness of being. It is the breath in between words that carries the weight of a forest. It is the eye that sees without needing to fix. It is both sanctuary and threshold. This truth is ancient yet ever new. It's recorded in the stories of wise women who stood at the edge of mountains under the canopy of stars and claimed their place without shouting. Their presence was an altar, their silence a hymn. They
Hmm.